Greetings, humanity, and welcome to Channel Otherdoc. I'm Jim, I use he, him pronouns, and this is our campaign of Lords of Gossamer and Shadow, a diceless game by Jason Durall about powerful reality-hopping beings, a spiritual successor to the Amber Diceless Roleplaying game. Let's go ahead and go around and say hi to everyone, find out who they are and who they're playing, starting once again with Noctua. Hello!
Hello, I'm Noctua. I use she, her pronouns. Today I will be playing Dame Laudine, who is a mystery and also uses she, her pronouns.
Absolutely fair. And we will head now over to Mary. Hello.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary. My pronouns are she, her. Today I am playing Kore, whose pronouns are also she, her. She is the bridge between life and death and is somehow also gone through the duplicator machine.
Yep, that's a problem. And now we will head over to Melissa.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Gay. My pronouns are she, her. I am playing Scythe. Pronouns are she, them. And Scythe is a rogue with a heart of gold that is about to have a difficult conversation.
I can't wait. Excellent. And now we will head over to Trooper. Hello.
Hi, I am TrooperSJP, and I will be playing a figure which has multiple true names. Currently, the universe recognizes this person as Vindlair, but also goes by the name Merthine Wicht. And so far, let me see, for Noctua, when you spoke, Madonna's Life is a Mystery came into my mind. And then Mary was Mary, Mary, where you going to? Right, so I'm just saying that what ends up happening. And then with Scythe, it was that one about the desert and the heart of gold. It was like, was it by America, right? No, it was America, right? Was the band?
With a horse with no name, been through the
right,
desert
with it. It was like the heart of gold. There's like it's like from the 70s. And
oh no, you're thinking Neil Young.
Thank you, Neil Young.
Oh, yeah.
That's the song that just popped into my head.
Aw, thank you.
So what you're saying is that today is the musical episode.
Maybe.
Oh, no.
Maybe I am saying that. You don't know. Maybe. I might
because
be.
The only thing I have in my head is Disturbia.
Nice. And that's me. Thank you.
Excellent. I, of course, am playing Dorian, a hedonist sorcerer with a very stressful day job currently. And before I kick things over to our GM, you may see us use safety tools from time to time. Like we do with the other games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, hold up a card, make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat, and we'll fade to black on it or put it behind a veil, so it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if we're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or if we say we do something and then think, maybe that might have been a little too much. Then everyone else can respond to that again with an X, an N, or an O to let us know if we're still doing okay. We're also using the pause. If any of us needs to take some time, we can ask for a pause in the game while we discuss things, or just take a break for as long as anyone needs. Just a few content warnings. This game may contain references to betrayal, deceit, graphic combat, and violence. It may also have the potential for PvP action and or aggressive affection, depending on the player's choices. If you're watching live on Twitch and you want to see the list of content warnings, go to the chat and type !LGSCW, and that will pop up there. It's also going to be popping up regularly on rotation. Like it did just then. It just did it twice. Sometimes the lottery comes up that way. Finally, please remember we have an open door policy, which means that any of us and any of you can feel free to step away from this at any time if we need to. It's just a game, and mental health is always more important. And so now, without further ado, I shall hand things over to our GM, Brian. Hello.
Hello, everybody. My name's Brian. My pronouns are he, him. And as promised, I think we need to start with Scythe.
No.
So, because this is a conversation that has been on hold, not just in character, but also out of character due to our inability to time it right. So we will try that. So are you getting in touch with her? Is that what's happening?
Okay. I go to Trionics and have a drink and get into a bar fight and run away. And that feels okay. I feel pretty baseline. That's good. That's good. Okay.
Okay.
I can do this.
A thing happens before you leave Trionics.
No. Okay. No, that's good. That's good because then I can't call my sister.
So partway through the bar fight. Actually, no. Yeah, you would have noticed. Partway through the bar fight, you notice Jenny has entered. Jenny Vendetta.
Oh, Jenny hates me. Yes.
She does not get involved. She does not get involved in the bar fight.
That means that she's here on behalf of Mudra, right?
Yes, she just watches and appears to be taking mental notes.
Oh dear. Well, that's bad. But okay, so Mudra is the person that came upon Kore's hourglass artifact on the black market, and I rather uncharacteristically bartered with her for its safe return rather than just stealing it. So now I owe Mudra a favor.
Yep.
So I'm guessing that Jenny is here to take me somewhere I don't like, to do something that I will like even less. So after the bar fight is done, I guess I have to like tie up the bar fight in a tidy little bow now instead of just causing trouble and running away.
Fair enough.
All right. Well, I don't get to have my fun, I suppose.
She waits to see if you go to her, and it sounds like you are.
I do.
So. And so she says, "Your dance card is filling up, isn't it?"
You know, I'd really like to get one or two of those foxtrots out of the way.
And she says, "Well, there's some other people in line."
What other people?
I mean, they didn't give me names, but they had the stink of other worlds on them.
Yeah, but that could be anyone.
Yeah, but these people were asking me for information about you.
Oh, were they? Huh.
Yeah.
And you gave them everything you had, I take it?
No, I told them to fuck off. If anyone's going to kill you, it's going to be me.
Oh, well, fair enough.
Just thought I'd let you know.
Yeah.
Mudra says she needs you alive to do some stuff later, and I aim to please.
Oh. Later, as in not today. Because I've got some free time.
No, she didn't have anything.
I'm really not doing anything. Really not supposed to be doing anything today.
No, good to know. All right, I'm glad to hear that. That's
awesome.
Must be nice.
I like you more when you're trying to kill me.
Yeah, I like me more then too. She does the eye thing, and then heads off.
Now I'm stuck calling my sister.
And you obviously have one of her icons. So
what people are out to get me this time, I wonder.
This time.
Is it Naida Kataris and I don't know, her small army to kill us? I don't know. You know what? It could be anyone. I'm just going to let that let that go for another day. Unless I get stabbed during this phone call. It's not a phone call. It's an icon call. But
you know.
I could also get stabbed during it.
Oh no, that would
Right.
be so terrible. You'd have to cut it short.
I know. I'd have to stop talking to my family. Okay, fine.
So Oleander, yeah, she doesn't know who it is, but she says, yes.
It's me.
Her image comes into focus and starts moving now, and she says, I've been trying to get you.
Everyone's trying to get me.
Yeah, but not like that.
No.
I just want to talk.
Huh. Oh, okay. Where are you?
She pulls the icon back a bit so you could see more of where she is.
Mhm.
She's on a street outside of a tavern, but you don't recognize the surroundings.
Okay. I mean, we could talk here, but I'm probably gonna get jumped like halfway through, so.
You want something safer? All right, come on over.
Thanks.
She reaches a hand out.
Now I can't even leave halfway through. I mean, I can, but I'll have to orient first.
So you find yourself in what looks like a small village. It's you hear ocean waves in the distance. You smell salty air. And she says, follow me. We don't need anyone else hearing this.
Sure.
And she walks you through the streets of just a particularly pleasant village, up a hill into an area with you realize like you keep going up hills. Like you go up a hill and there's a little plateau and then another hill, and you realize that this is just this is built on a mountain overlooking the sea.
Oh.
And after about 15 more minutes of walking, she leads you into a particularly nice villa. And
your new place?
For now. And she opens the door, leads you all the way through it. It is beautifully apportioned. The decoration is not her style, but it is tasteful and expensive looking. And she leads you out to a terrace. On the way, she grabs 2 bottles of wine and a couple of glasses. Sticks them on a table.
This is why you're my favorite sister.
Oh, this is why. And she sticks everything on a small table, a couple of chairs, comfortable chairs that look out over the ocean. It is a gorgeous view. It's midday. The sun is not in your eyes. It's a bit behind you. And she says, she gestures towards a chair, takes one herself,
All right.
pours glasses of wine for each of you, makes a show of taking a sip of hers first. It's really good wine.
Oh. This is so much nicer than what I was just drinking.
Oh, well, you should visit me here more often. Well, as long as I'm here.
You practicing with the stare then?
Yeah. Learned a couple lessons the hard way. But I think maybe that's the best way in my particular case.
Some of us are like that. We learn through hard knocks.
Seems to be something that runs in the family. Speaking of which.
Yeah?
I got some things going on that I need to talk to you about.
Okay. You've killed all our siblings and want to assume the mantle of ruler?
No, it's not Candlemas yet. I, as you said, have been exploring, and it's been a lot of fun. But it turns out I don't do well without some projects.
Oh. Yeah.
And I've done a few here and there.
Hmm.
But Dorian came to me recently with one that well, it'll be a challenge, to put it mildly.
Hmm. Do tell.
So there's this Bastiano problem, right?
Right.
I don't know the guy. But even with just the little bit of walking around the stair that I've done, his name rings out.
That it does.
And I think it's time for me to run back to my family. Admit that I was in over my head.
I see.
Make him a proposal. I mean, you're not going to give up that key. I kept trying to steal it from you. You remember all those times I kept trying to steal it from you.
Absolutely.
And alas, you were too clever for me, dear sister. So that just did
Aw.
not work.
I'm so clever.
I know, damn you. And so, the only reason I cozied up to Dorian in the first place was to remain close to you so I could try to steal the key, but it didn't work. Dorian figured out what I was doing. He got so angry.
Oh, I get it. And this is when the contentious breakup happened.
Yeah, well, it's gonna. And so, once I'm a free agent again, I'm sure the family will, I can't even say it with a straight face. Accept me with open arms. No, that's not how that works. What I'm going to have to do in order to get back in their graces, because I did kind of fuck up on Geru, is to present them with an offering.
Mm.
And if they don't have the key, and they don't have Naida and what's his name helping them anymore, they're going to need some other support, to get back where they were.
I see. And you can be that support.
I can introduce them to one of the great and powerful lords of Gossamer.
This is where it gets both interesting and potentially train wrecky.
Yeah, that's where I live.
Mm.
So here's what I'm thinking. You're the only one in the family that knows that I can do the stairs.
Oh. So I shut the fuck up about that.
Right. I mean, I'd appreciate it. And I'm going to need your help. You already figured out step one.
Mm-hmm. Shut.
But I am kind of in over my head. I'm going to need you to help me figure out how to swim through this.
Sure. Are you honest to God going to make an actual appeal to actual Bastiano?
Yeah.
Because
And if I do this right, it's going to fuck up him and my family.
this plan is crazy and has no hope of working, and I am in.
Yeah. You see the terrible influence you're having on me?
Yeah, well, I guess Dad was right about some things.
Yeah. 2 or 3.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear this because this way I don't have to stab either you or Dorian. I hadn't decided which, maybe both, but yeah,
It
this
would
way
help
we're
sell the bit, but I would prefer not to be stabbed.
yeah. I learned an entire art after getting stabbed out of spite.
Respect.
Hmm. So, yeah, what do you need from me?
Here's the problem. I'm not 100% sure. I mean, unless we know that we can talk safely, we need to, pretend to hate each other. Shouldn't be
Mhm.
too hard.
No.
I'll just see my older sister's face on you. I mean, my other older sister.
That's my stratagem.
Perfect. Okay, we got that covered. I don't think we need to make it public because I don't think anyone will believe that. We're just going to continue avoiding each other. So we're good at this.
That's the most believable thing.
But, I mean, here's my problem. I know how to navigate the family side of this. Not too sure of the Bastiano part. I mean, I can make myself known to him. Dorian's given me a couple of ways in. We're good on that. If I'm honest, I think they've already noticed me. But once I'm in, I may need some advice.
Yeah. Listen, I've got your back on this. If it's not something I can help with, then I'll kick it over to Laudine or someone that knows him more. Anyone but Corey because of reasons.
Yeah. I don't know a whole lot about that situation, but I know that it's yeah, what little bit I do know, I think I might need to not put my foot in that one.
Yeah, we're trying to extricate all of the feet.
All right. So, like I said, I don't think that the family is going to come out of this ahead. I'm not real worried about that.
Right.
Bastiano's going to screw them over, and they're too arrogant to believe that's a problem.
Oh, yeah, they'll never see it coming.
No, we're good on that one. But on the Bastiano side, and if you don't have an answer for this yet, that's fine. Mostly, I think I'm just going to try to get information. I don't want to do anything that's going to screw this up. But if I have the opportunity, I'm more than willing to, cut a few brake lines or whatever.
Right. That's the situation in which I'm worried that we'll never see coming.
That is my primary concern as well.
It needs to be a really, really long game.
That I can do.
Keep him hooked, sister.
All right. I'll tell you to stay safe, but that ship has sailed.
Yeah, and I'm only telling you this because just in case it's something that will spill over to you, it could just be my thing, or it could be our thing that people are starting to nose around about. But I got word that
Oh,
some people have come looking for me from off-world.
got it.
So keep your eyes open.
Okay.
You can't have too many eyes.
That is an excellent point. All right. Well, I can tell you that all of that stuff we did back on that planet that died, that got some attention.
I bet it did.
I don't move in the same circles you do, but it's getting talked about every now and then.
Makes me nervous when people talk about things.
I just bet it does.
Right. Yeah. We, well, obviously, step one is embed yourself with the family. But step two is where it's going to get tricky. So we should come up with some kind of plan.
We could sweeten the deal.
Do
you have a replica of the key?
You kidding? I make replicas of this thing for breakfast.
I could send Arturo to steal it from you.
Ugh, Arturo.
Yeah, he could take the cold off an ice cube, but he's not the brightest guy. But if I tell him where you are,
I don't know if I can unclench my little white knuckles long enough to let someone like Arturo steal from me.
I mean, he did learn it from you.
All right, you have a point.
Give him some more practice.
Don't
make it easy for him.
Okay, if we're framing this as a tutorial session, I think I can get through it.
See? That's you giving back to the community.
You want to see it?
Sure.
It's the key as it usually looks, except Scythe has like embedded one of those coins, one of the pepper coins.
Yeah.
In the handle.
Oh.
Handle.
Oh.
Here, feel it.
She touches it. You've modified it.
Yeah. I don't even need it, really.
No, neither do I. But we don't want him to steal this, do we?
No, we do not.
She gives it back.
Yeah.
A little reluctantly, but she does give it back. All right. Well, make sure that what he does take looks good. Doesn't have to fool him for long.
Right. I'll withdraw a duplicate without the coin in it.
That looks good. That would fool me until I tried to use it.
We can give it to him in a nice presentation box.
And that's good, because once they find out it's a fake, everyone will be even angrier at you. Take the focus off me.
Right, of course they'll blame me instead of you. Of course they will.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really useful in our situation.
Also, there is precedent.
Dad never needs to have this ever again.
Absolutely not. And you know who needs to have it less? Our sister and Uncle Darvish.
Oh my God. This is our family. Let a world burn in order that we increase our personal wealth by about that much.
Yep, it's 3.5% at a time.
Yeah. We can do this.
We play
Or-
this right, we are free of them forever. And in case I didn't say it, thanks for helping me unlock those shackles.
You're the one I wanted to help out the most.
Aw.
You have the best taste in wine.
Be ashamed to lose that. All right. Well, get out of my sight. I spurn you.
Stab.
Ow, stop that. She blows you a kiss.
I'll reach through the Gossamer of the world and find a door to exit out of.
And this one does have it's a little bit of a walk, but you find one in the town.
All right.
On the plus side, it's a pleasant walk. It's a nice day in a beautiful little village.
She has really good taste in environs.
She really does. All right. So we'll
All
get
right.
back to you once we find out what you're doing later.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Who do we talk to next? It might need to be Dorian, I think. So Dorian, I know that you have been busy.
Yes.
And you have been making other people busy.
Oh, yes.
So,
yes.
Do we need to discuss anything in particular? I mean, some of what we talked about offline is going to come out, I suspect, in like conversations with other characters. But is there anything that
Yes.
we need to discuss before that?
Ooh.
And I can come back to you if I need to.
I
We're
don't
good on this.
think. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need to talk to other
And that's fine.
to the other PCs. I need to talk to other PCs before I can figure out
Okay.
what I'm doing. I know I need to talk to. I know at some point perhaps I need to talk to Corey. I know
Sure.
that. I think I'll probably be talking to Vindler at some point, and also to. I mean. I just basically need to talk to everybody.
I think, yeah, we might do one of those things where, unless it has to be one-on-one, we might do one of those things where everyone gets together again. We'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Having said that, I'm going to go around the rest of the table and make sure that no one has anything that you need to do first, and then we can figure out where and when you might be getting together. So I think we need to talk to Laudine next.
There is a thing I am setting up for Laudine, though.
Okay. I figured. All right.
Okay.
That is not surprising.
I don't know if you're doing this yet, but Dorian will let you know that he's had Erick going around to different worlds, just following up on the Stonehenge thing a little bit to just see if he gleans anything else that we don't know already. And he gave his report to me, and if you like, I can put him at your disposal should you need him for such things.
Ooh. Okay. Yes,
I don't know what
Laudine
you're
will
doing right now, but I just want to let you know that's open an option.
Okay. Yes, thank you. So Laudine is doing two things. The first is just on Avalon, just by herself. She's opening up her Project Peanut Butter,
Right.
which we talked about offline, but she's gathering some like scientists and magicians and other experts to investigate the magic of Avalon, trying to figure out why is Avalon so important to the mythology of the stair? Why does it leak? What is happening here? So Uh, there are plenty of people on Avalon who are skilled enough to start poking at things.
That is true, and I'll have an answer for you whenever you want, because they've been working on it for a while.
Yeah. So that's Project Peanut Butter.
Right.
Okay. Second thing is to what Jim was talking about. Ladine is going to poke around the Stonehenge and invite her friend to come by and take a look.
Okay. No problem on that. So if you're ready, this won't take long. I can give you sort of their initial report on Project Peanut Butter.
Yeah.
So you have a combination of, actually, I think all of them are locals, but a couple of them are actually able to travel the stair. And so all of them together, they have determined that there are they stop short of claiming that any one Gossamer world is more important than another, because that is a value judgment. And they are trying to provide you with, facts and numbers, essentially, is what they're trying to do. And so what they say is, it's almost more like there are connections between some worlds that are not through the stair. And some of those connections are on, well, what we thought was a deeper level, but we don't think that applies. It's on a different level. And we mean that almost literally, as if there were layers.
Are you going to tell me Avalon is an onion?
It's not a bad analogy. And different layers connect with congruent layers in other places. I mean, you've seen that at the henges and the occasional Fey incursion, things like that.
Yeah.
There are obviously other ways to travel. And we believe that Avalon is one of those places that has particularly strong connections with some other places.
Any reason why?
We have not determined that yet, and our research is unpromising on that front. We're not certain we're going to be able to find out why. We think it is, if I may be so humble, beyond our current ability to perceive.
Ladine nods sagely, thinking about what Dorian just told her about borrowing Ereluk for this. Because yeah, let's get the 14-dimensional being down here to perceive.
They say, however, we have managed to use an imprecise term, map some of these connections. We began with the ones in the stone circles, for we knew those existed.
Mhm.
And something that happened during the time that you took the throne altered the relationship between the circles and their matching, or at least similar structures on other worlds.
Altered how?
It made passage much easier.
Yeah.
In some cases, and this had not been what was happening before, it was possible to accidentally find oneself on another world if one stood in the right place at the right time, or wrong time, depending on your point of view.
Yes, I do have some more information about that. It's come to my attention that there's a door at the circle and it simply needs to be closed, and I'm attempting to bring someone in to do so.
Ah, but I see. If we may observe that process, we could come back with more information.
Yes, I shall ask the person whom I've contracted to do the work if you can watch. I do not expect them to have any trouble with it. Um, that is fascinating. Do you know if these connections that you have been describing between worlds are recurrent?
Hmm. We have observed two that definitely are. One of them is the one you know, the very Stonehenge we're talking about. The other one is several leagues to the east. Interestingly, it is an unassuming clearing in the woods.
Ah, that one also bears keeping an eye on, just because it is so unknown. We don't know
We're
where
already
it
on that
goes.
one, ma'am.
Thank you. Have you noticed anything about that random cave out
That
there?
remains an anomaly, Your Majesty. But I can tell you that is by design. We are being actively prevented from learning anything about it.
How unfortunate.
We thought so too. It's not
There,
harming anyone, it's just elusive.
it is powerful and unknown,
It is all of
and,
those things, Your Majesty.
and I do not want it developing into a threat. The more we know about it, the more prepared we can be if it is a threat. And right now, we don't know enough.
Hmm. Well, we are observing it as best we can.
Yes, if it continues to prove elusive, then perhaps it would be best to close it up and ensure that it is inaccessible.
Well, it has done that for us. My particular concern is what should happen if it reopens.
I'm working on it. It's, as I said, unknown, which means it's hard to formulate a response to a threat which you know nothing about.
That is true. We'll make it a priority.
Thank you. All right. Yay! So that's Project Peanut Butter.
Got it?
Um, uh, just because this ties in well, Ludine is going to bring in her friend to close the
Okay.
Stonehenge gate because now it's become part of Project Peanut Butter.
Right. And basically, you just tell her what you want her to do, and she heads off to do it. I guess is really, So,
Yeah.
okay.
This occurs, and the scientists or magicians, whomever, watch her do it.
Yeah. They will observe, and that doesn't even require nothing unusual happens, and the closing definitely occurs. However, she does tell you that it took more effort than she expected to close it. but not a great deal. It wasn't. Basically, she describes it as the most open door she has ever encountered, and thanks you for the novel experience, because that was she wasn't expecting that. But other than that, closing it was still easy for her to do. It just took longer, and so. And then the group from Project Peanut Butter go off to compare notes and talk about what they saw.
Yay. Okay.
All right.
So wrapping back around to getting Erick to look at this complicated,
Right.
unknown quantity. What does Teeth think about the Avalon and whatever the hell these connections are?
So for this one, he actually asks to meet you in not at the stone circle, but in the clearing in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I've looked at the circle, and now that I'm here, things are not identical, but quite similar. It's the same sort of tunnel, I suppose would be a good word for it.
Is this a door to the stair?
It's not. It goes a different way. But it only goes to one place.
Does it always go to that place?
Yes, as far as I know. I can't fathom a way to change it.
Where does it
just seems
go?
to be connected. This one. He describes a world you haven't seen, but the thing that he describes sounds a lot like Avalon looked back when you were here when you were at first here before you were away for a while.
Okay.
And he says the environment is similar.
Now, I am perceiving an offset in space, that you are describing a physically separate world that is similar but not identical.
Yes.
Do you perceive this as an offset in time, where it is the same world at a previous point in its history?
That is an excellent question. He looks at it differently now and produces a pocket watch that looks like it looks exactly like the one Dorian carries. Yep.
Yes.
There it is. He opens the watch and he looks at it for a bit. And if you look over his shoulder, you can see the second hand is going clockwise, but the minute hand is moving counterclockwise. The hour hand is
not even gonna try.
The hour hand remains perfectly still, except when he moves, the hour hand always points the same direction like a compass.
That's so cool.
He says, the time streams are very different from each other. I don't believe it is literally an earlier version of this place, but it could certainly be interpreted as such.
Is the connection from here to there unidirectional?
And this one he doesn't have to observe it. He says, it works both ways.
So
and
if stuff
recently, it's much easier to get through.
Yes. So if stuff happens here, it could spill over into there. And
it
likewise.
Definitely will.
Stuff there can come here.
Physical objects are not the only thing that can travel through it. You have it exactly right.
Right, yes. Ladine thinks about this for a moment, and then she will say, um, I will ask you to spend a few more minutes here taking more observations and just helping me understand exactly the nature of this connection. Is it on the same layer as the other connections you have observed on this world?
This one is on the same layer as the henge back that way.
Are all of the afferent connections from this world on the same layer?
No.
Which connections exist on this world that are on a different layer?
Aha. I can provide you with a list if you'd like.
Yes, please.
I
So,
am looking forward to walking around this forest.
yay. And Ladine will thank Dorian profusely for letting her borrow Erlic's skills for this, because oh my god, so helpful.
Okay.
Yeah.
And yeah, he does. He takes off in some direction, and let's see. He puts the watch up and produces a small notebook.
Yay. All right. And this can happen offline of just whatever connections he
Yeah,
finds.
he's off doing that. Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
get back to you with that information because it'll take him a while.
Yeah.
All right. Is that? Are you good for now?
Yeah, one tiny note for
Yeah.
Ladine. She is a little bit involved in Project Peanut Butter, but
Okay.
it becomes more apparent that as the project goes on, she understands more of it, of like
Sure.
what they're saying and what it actually means. So she's not simply content to like sit in Camelot and be like, go hither. But she's actually like, no, I need to understand this
Yeah,
place.
she's doing her homework. I got it.
Yeah,
All right.
that's it.
That makes sense. So yeah, part of this is you probably literally going to libraries and reading up. Okay. All right. In that case, I'll get back to you later. Let's check in with Corey. What's Corey up to?
She's just been in her little lab under the castle. And maybe is trying to look up a certain name of a certain dead dragon.
Oh yeah, you found. Oh, you were already working on that, and you do have it now.
Okay, awesome. I think that she is going to try to be a little bit reckless. She's still a little frustrated by the situation with her other portion of her soul showing up when she least expected it.
As one would be.
And I think that she's going to try and see whether this spirit can be reasoned with and worked with.
Interesting. Yeah, how are you going about that?
So she'll set up basically a area to basically like a ring so it can't go crazy once it's summoned.
Sure, good call. Okay.
Basically having like safety nets in place.
Yeah.
And then she's going to basically kind of offer the at least from what she's researched of the offerings that it would appreciate.
Oh yeah.
And try and get that all set up so when it is summoned here, a hopefully calm, not angry discussion will happen and everything will be sunshine and rainbows and it'll be great.
So yeah, yeah, the good news is Avalon's full of stories about this dragon's history. So you know that You know that it sat on a hoard of coal. And there was a significant coal mine not too far from its lair. And in exchange for not destroying the town nearby, they gave it a significant tithe of their minings. So you know that coal, if you get a whole bunch of coal together, that's probably a good start.
I think also she will try and get some different gems,
Yep.
shiny things, also of like what at least I think when she's like looking at these stories, she's trying to find more of like the dragon perspective and not how the humans saw it, if she can
Absolutely.
possibly find it. Um,
And you were
but
looking for the true name on this, right?
yes,
Okay. That was just making sure you do have that.
yes.
Which you can obviously use to summon it. And I don't have my notes. What was its not true name? Do we have that?
The common name was Orgatorix.
Thank you. I know I wrote that down, but alas. All right.
And just in case it could come up, um, Corey does have the different talents, all except for one that come from the advanced invocation.
Right.
So she's at least got some.
Oh yeah, you can work with it. Yeah, and honestly,
Things in
that's you don't
place.
need more than that for this. Your connection to the underworld plus the invocation abilities is what's bringing all of this together. And so let's see. Let me get something real quick over here, and I will be ready for you. But yeah, you get everything prepared. Obviously, it takes a while to get everything together and make sure that you've got the circle prepared properly. But once you're convinced you are, there we go. Okay. I'm going to stick the true name in the chat.
Where were you when the vowels were handed out? Behind the door?
But like setting up all of these different ritualistic items, she will kind of like the way at least she uses invocation, a bit different than how we've seen Merdine and Herbie use it.
Right.
She basically creates almost like a Venn diagram, like a meeting of the minds.
Ooh, I
So
like
she
that.
has
I like that a lot.
the two circles with the things in the center as the offerings. And she will put herself in her own little safety circle.
Okay.
As she utters the creature's true name, summoning it there. And I hopefully am not going to butcher this name. Dirzale.
So generally speaking, earthquakes don't happen here, but everything is shaking. And then, are you indoors or outdoors?
It's like in a basement chamber.
That was
Like
exactly what I had in
under
my
the
head. Okay.
mountain.
But obviously big enough to accommodate, say, a dragon. All right. So, all right. So, it's, you've got, I'm assuming it's lit by like torches and braziers and things like that. Um, and the lighting becomes extraordinarily dim. Everything is covered in shadow. You can still see it's not completely dark, but then it becomes more obvious that what's happening is the shadow is all beginning to gather in the middle of the circle. So once that passes, everywhere that the shadow isn't becomes lit properly again. And then it really slowly begins to form the shape of a dragon. It's like ink in water. It's just flowing around until it finally coalesces into you've been studying this for a while. You've seen a lot of paintings of this dragon, and it looks exactly like that. And none of the shadow is flowing anymore. For all you can tell, it is now a solid, really shiny black dragon. And it says, "Who summons me?"
Hello, my name is Corey, and I think that we may have more in common than you think.
He inhales in your direction, and you feel wind just at your back. I think you may be right. I died.
Quite tragically, from what I understand.
It's interesting. That's not the last memory I have.
Oh. Well, we are both here, and I, for one, she's going to add an extra, like, little gem to the offerings in the center.
His eyes go to it and then go back to yours.
I would love to hear your stories, and maybe, should you wish to have a place in the fields, all your own, no one to bother you, only to help when absolutely necessary, I think this could be a wonderful start to a friendship.
All of my friends are dead. It would be nice to start over.
I may be able to help with that as well, should you wish it.
You propose a partnership.
With the utmost respect, and treated as equals.
That would be a first. I sense you do not lie.
I have no need of it here.
Hmm. I see. This is a place of the dead.
A haven of sorts.
Hmm.
At least it was supposed to be.
I'm responsible for a great deal of death. Perhaps
Makes
some
you
of
feel right at
my
home.
handiwork is here.
Oh, I'm sure you'll find at least a few. We get people from everywhere.
He looks at the coal and the other offerings. He passes a talon through it, and he says, "It appears my status has changed. I will not ask for payment. But if we are to be partners, I suppose there should be some terms.
I would like that very much. The one greatest thing I ask is at least those that reside here do not receive your ire. If those that are not supposed to be here happen to wander in or threaten harm, every morsel is yours.
I see. That is acceptable. Though, if we are to be partners, I suppose I should be released from this. He looks around. Particularly well done ritual.
It is not my first time, although a creature such as yourself was quite the lengthy process to figure out where to find you.
The skull was a nice touch.
Oh, it had to be returned to its rightful owner.
What am I to call you?
My name is Corey.
Your words are pretty, Corey. If they are also true, I will stay here.
She kind of opens her arms and she says, I am an open book. You can use what you wish. I won't stop it. Look at me and know that we are kin. We both have been wronged. We both would like to do something about it.
Yes. Yes, I have. Very well. And he takes a step back. Still in the circle, obviously, because he can't leave. But he does take a step back as if this is his way of showing you respect.
Corey will work on the untying of the ritual, but it is done in the way of like a mutual bargain.
Okay.
She's learned a lot from her time with Bastiano,
Yep.
both good and bad. She'd never do anything that he would do, but she knows how to make it airtight so you're not going to be harmed in the process.
That's a good point.
And she'll set it up even that frequently these the things that have been decided upon can be revisited at specific times while she is like basically unknotting the different strands of magic, keeping this circle secure.
The dragon remains relatively still throughout. You can tell also, though, that he's watching what you do very carefully, as if memorizing the way to take this apart if he should find himself in such a situation again.
Oh, that's so cute. He thinks I do the same thing twice. So she does it. She very much is playing up of, oh, I am just small thing. Whatever will I do? Ooh, this is a little too hard. And almost will act as though she's fumbling over certain things.
Got it.
To basically reinforce the whatever beliefs this dragon may have over Corey. Like, I'm not going to fully let you in yet. Because we're not to that point. But
right.
Underestimate me. Please do it.
It's probably difficult to get a read on a dragon, but yeah, once it's done, he doesn't do anything. Actually, he just remains in place, and he says, "I shall need a new name. I'll think on it."
And she like releases the last little strand, but she basically, in a way of like tying to make sure that it can't leave the fields of twilight.
Yeah.
He
Okay.
basically has like almost like the thread. There's a thread connecting this invisible thread connecting her and the dragon that is like she only knows how to untie, basically.
And once it's fully able to leave the area, the first thing it does is picks a scale off of itself. It's probably pretty big, and lays it on the ground and says, "I may be contacted with this." And then it does the ink and water thing again and very rapidly disappears underneath a door.
That remaining like thread kind of like embeds itself into her hand, creating like this inky like water tattoo.
Nice. I like that.
Just to and it's strange because it like I think as this camera zooms further, there are a bunch of these strands just off of her hand, just almost like veins are a bunch of these strings.
And after a few minutes, you get an icon call.
Who from?
Do you open it up to find out?
Yeah.
It's Gavris, ma'am.
Oh, it is lovely to speak with you.
There's a dragon. Is he one of ours?
Yes. Yes, he is my backup plan.
Wise choice, ma'am. I will let the boys know.
Yes, he's to be given what he wishes. He knows the ground rules as far as not to harm others. He also is allowed any who try to attack here, if you understand my meaning.
Oh. Well, that'll make part of my job much easier.
Happy to oblige.
Safe travels, ma'am. And he logs off. Anything else before we check in with Merdine? Sorry, not Merdine. Vindler.
She will just go to preparations for whenever a meeting will be called. Very happy with her decision and keeping this as under wraps as she can.
Probably, yeah. Understood on all counts. Okay. All right. So, Vindler. Now that you're awake, what are you up to?
Well, the first thing he had to do, it's always duty first, first thing he went to do was to go and check all the doors in the Fields of Twilight to see if they need fixing or maintaining, making sure, checking security. But in the process, he realizes that this is now Gavris's job, that he is now the guardian of all the doors, and he goes, oh.
He is, but he is unable to. He doesn't see the doors the same way you do. So he's here to make. He's here. His job begins when anything comes through.
And it's a little bit like, he's sort of taken a little bit aback that there's a different
Yeah.
general there. But he doesn't say much about it, right? Because you don't really question the directives of your liege in that way, and so he does, a bit sort of unassumedly checks all the structural integrity of all the doors and that they're going where they're supposed to go. That there's just, does a little bit of because the last time he remembers there was an incursion, so he's going to spend some time. It might be weeks or months, unclear, just shoring up the doors and making sure that anything that was broken is unbroken, making sure there are no traps or misdirects, things that should not be there, that the doors belong to the fields of twilight as they are supposed to. And he just sort of, like maintenance, he does this sort of maintenance and checking out.
Okay.
That's the first thing he does. And, then making sure that he gives deference to Gavris in all this process once he realizes that Gavris is here. And once all that is done, he has yet more duties to do. He steps back to the stair, and he goes somewhere in the heart of the grand stair to study the doors. And he can probably do this on both of the sides because you know who goes through a door. And so he, as part of the process of checking all the doors in the fields of twilight, he is going to seek what was it that came through, or who was it that came through that destroyed the Ashen Twilight?
During that attack. Okay.
Yes.
Good point. Because it was so long ago, it takes a while to, as it were, sift through that information. But because
I imagine there's not been much travel, really.
That is an excellent point. Yeah, it's been for quite a while. There was basically one person that went through it, and much more recently, obviously, you do detect literally all of the player characters having gone in and out. And I'm not sure how you perceive Mervine having done so, but we'll leave that up to you. Sorry about that. But yeah, going farther back, there is a final hurdle because of the damage that was done and the nature of the attack and the fact that it was assaulted on a literally fundamental level. You end up just literally kind of having to, it's as if you're having to cross a chasm in the history of the door, or really doors, because with your ability, you can touch one door that is connected to it and then perceive what happened in the rest of the doors. And so, because of that, the first thing that you learn once you get to the actual assault. Actually, before you get to the assault, however, you detect the exodus of native beings from the Twilight Fields, most of which were through the doors. Because you're going backwards in time, essentially, you hit that first, and there was a whole lot. And I
believe I had been part of that.
You were
guiding them through that exodus.
So some of this is probably just reminding you of things you already knew about, or maybe clarifying some very old memories.
Tricky memories.
Yeah. And so you've got that, and you get the exodus first.
It's tricky because the memories that Mervine had is that it was Mervine and Atropos doing that, but that was actually not correct. It
Right.
was Vinlair and Corey, because the split hadn't yet happened, and I had to come back, so I had to bop Mervine a little bit psychologically on the head to jump in, and so
Right.
I actually remember that, but the book had different memories. Herbie gave me different memories of it that I thought was somewhat amusing.
That's
It
true.
wasn't exactly correct, but
So you put all of that together. If nothing else, it confirms that you're on the right track, though, because you are seeing things that you expected to see. And then, not too much before that, you detect an assault that came through multiple doors. One of them in particular, but there were but more than one was involved. At least, well, I know you know the exact number. There were 5 total that were involved. And you have a list of the worlds that they came from, which I can give you later. However, I'm trying to think if you recognize any of them right off.
and they came through the stair, yes?
They all came through the stair. You don't. It is possible that like something could have come in another way, but this was a massive assault. A lot of troops came through these doors, so you feel like this is the whole thing.
I remember trying to hold some of them shut to buy time. But,
Right.
Yes, but
You have a memory of being literally on the other side of one of those. In fact, that's the more than one actually, because you probably moved back and forth.
Yes.
Those are the ones that slowed down for a while, and then you probably get a flash of having been pushed back, and then retreated to try to shore up a different one.
I remember. I think it was I was holding off as many as I could, and if I recall, Corey had said that I had to take more the sequoia out, and I said that I needed to stay to hold the door shut, and I believe that Corey said no. It was more important at this moment to get the sequoia out, and so I did. And I believe that was the last time that I saw Corey.
So, in fact, at one point, you have an image of yourself coming through the door, because you had to guide the Sequoia to where they currently reside, which was the beginning of a whole other thing, and you definitely. So, yeah, you get a sense of the troops that are piling through this, and again, it is a lot. It was a significant assault, and many of the troops are, from your perception, fairly, I mean, exceptional mortals, but mortals, not stairwalkers, not world walkers at all. Then you get a group that definitely are world walkers, more than one. You had to have at least one on each door that was opened. And if you bothered, you could get names for these, but it's too many. However, the world walkers, on the other hand, you determine a couple of different things about them. The first one is that they are.
I would say, in a very sort of taxonomist sort of way, well, although not interested in the names for all of those mortals, but is interested in their taxonomy. What world they're from, what sort of beings they are. There are so many beings in all of these worlds.
They are from multiple worlds, but no, multiple worlds. Actually, they are all from 3 worlds, and 3 of those worlds. Those are 3 of the worlds that they're pouring in from. The other 2 worlds, actually, no, it's just 3 worlds, but 5 doors, if you see what I mean.
Yes, yes, I do.
Yeah, 2 of the worlds have 2 doors each. The rest of them are coming in from 1 door. And again, I'll get you names on those, but right now it's nothing. None of them are any places that you have heard of yet. The ones that opened the doors, though, the first thing you determine about them is that they are undead.
Oh, I see. Undead. By the way, I just this is one of those things that I have to do somewhat regularly. You said that's in other worlds that I know. Herbie, is this a world that Mathine remembers that I was asleep for? Please go through, just double check for me.
Oh, no, that is a good question.
Which is not to say that Murthine would realize that this was the place where the assault was coming from, but he might have traveled there.
Right. If it's in his memory.
Botanical things.
Yep, and hang on. You do get one... hang on. No, that's not right. Herbie pings one world that Mervine had traveled to. It's pronounced Brawl. B-R-A-A-L. Herbie has a little bit of information about it if you want to dig into it. But right now, basically, Herbie answers, yes, this one.
Thank you. Herbie, please collate Merthine's notes to respond back to me later, especially flora and fauna. I will come back to that. Thank you. And also, let me tell you, and you know, Venlair just sort of dictates in the world, and please make sure that this is in my section, not Merthine's section, if you do not mind. Thank you. Because Venlair has access to Merthine's section of the book, but Merthine does not have access to Venlair's section of the book.
Right. Good point. Okay.
Yes. All right. And the undead world walkers.
Right. So, I don't know. How does Vindler classify undead? Like, by types? Or does he?
Well, Vindler and Merthine are still the same person. They're quite into taxonomy. So they would be like, well, they're the undeads of the sky, of the sea. They're undeads who are sort of revenants. They're ghosts. They're like there's like, you'd have to imagine like a taxonomy of all the different kinds of mythological ways of being undead from multiple worlds and styles. Like, well, they're the undeads who are restless. They're undeads who, did not start undead, but then the undeads who were risen. So there's like a whole bunch of different sort of undead of salt, undead of, right? So like, and there's like, you know, it's like the Herbie doesn't have the undead in it, but that is how this person, Venlair Merthian, thinks about the way everything is sort of like in a taxonomy in ways, right? So undead with one eye, undead that need to, undead with minds, those without mind, undead that are really actually not undead at all, just have bad skin, and people think poor things about them. Oh, then there are those undead that actually are also not undead, just sleep, and then were buried alive, and then awoke, became mad. Oh, well, and then there, like, you know, and there's, it's like, he has,
So the ones that are opening the doors call themselves Draugr.
He notes it. Yes. And he's like, oh, let me think. And he's going to go back through his memories. He doesn't need the book for that. About from before Corey's time, about any tensions, because this is a land of the dead, which means that have there been any historical tensions between undead? You know, because perhaps there's somebody has an underworld who thinks they should have access. You know, there might have been.
So essentially, what you've got here is the Draugr come up, in fact. There is a significant tension between anything that refers to itself as an underworld and any being that defies going to said underworld. meaning any being that defies
Yep.
death, any
Yeah, yeah,
being
yeah.
that just becomes a revenant or a vampire
Mhm.
or
Mhm.
any kind of undead.
Mhm.
And the Draugr are, for whatever reason, they seem particularly interested in basically going to underworlds and taking them over for their own.
Mhm, 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 mhm. I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Just for randomly, just a random question. Um, how do I phrase this? And I don't read into it, you know. Um, but if we're thinking about underworlds and, usually you don't necessarily, you might go into an underworld, not able to leave. And sometimes there's stories of people who have to go travel to the underworld to bring someone back out, that sort of thing. But sometimes there's stories of rulers of the underworld, kings, queens, uh, Persephone, for example, who spends some time there, sometimes away. Sort of both of the underworld and not of the underworld, and a complicated one.
Right.
Is there any sort of do I know of a ruler of the Draugr, of this undead empire?
In fact, you do.
No.
And one moment, I'll get the name in the chat for you. All
Oh,
right.
bother. Sometimes you want the answer to be no, because if the answer is no, then you're like, oh, goodness, thank goodness, there's none of that there. But if the answer is yes, then you're like, oh, there is. Oh my. Theory the Lich Lord. Theory the Lich Lord. When was the last time I remember hearing any trouble from a Theory the Lich Lord?
Interestingly, you stopped hearing anything about his activities around the time that this assault happened.
Hmm. Question. I recall there was a discussion sometime in, I don't know, season 1, about this assault in the sense of a great power, sort of vague and unclear, like an overwhelming force. That sounds a bit different than people. We've got mortals, there were some world walkers, and I just am wondering about that little flavor that was described as an overwhelming force.
You think it might be this guy?
Oh, that's unfortunate. Yes, but this fellow did not come through the doors. Is that correct?
Eventually, he did. Otherwise, you wouldn't have his information.
That's not. No. See, you could have said, "Oh yes, you remember him from the past." Not that he went through the doors, but I see. Yes, also went through the doors. I see.
I will tell you. You also, and I should have mentioned this before, but let's pretend like I already said it. You do. What is the order of these things?
Oh, time is difficult anyway.
I know it really is, because the problem is we're moving backwards. So hang tight. I have to think about this. You've got before the exodus of the actually before the mass exodus of
Yes.
Twilight citizens happens. By which I mean after, if you see what I mean.
Yes.
As you were going back, you know what I mean.
Yes.
So everybody runs away, but at some point after that, a lot of the mortals and some of the Draugr flee back out through the doors. However, Etheri is not among them. He went in, but you have no record of him coming out. It's like a Lich motel.
Yes. I'm going to just, that says to me that he might have some way to connect outside of the stair. I'm going to just make sure I'm in the stair itself and speak to the stair to find out if Etheri might have come in or out any other doors after the destruction of the Fields of Twilight.
The stair has no record of that.
I see.
Like anywhere.
I find that.
And you were convinced that you would be able to find out. It's not impossible to hide these things, but you don't think that's what's going on. You think it's legit.
Yes. I see. I'm going to have to do some sort of reporting and then also ritual. There's quite a bit to do, and I spent quite some time on all of this work, busy. And I think there's just one sort of moment after I've gathered enough information at least to pass along, and I have a bit of a breath, a moment. I would try to travel to Avalon through one of the doors and to see if I can get there. And when I do arrive, because we spoke earlier that the doors are not barred to outsiders, so when I do arrive, I see all of the technological change and advancement. This is probably, considering how fast time works on Avalon, probably months after the henge was closed. And I would stretch and I would concentrate a bit, and parts of my body would start to transform but then stay back the way it was. And I go, oh, that's curious. And I would travel the forest, some, at least the forests that are still there, walk with a walking stick, travel the haunts a little bit to see how it feels, how the story feels, how what the story says, if it's different, if it's not, trying to get a sense of the flavor of Avalon.
It's different. It's definitely different. And not obviously just because of the technological advancement.
Yes.
The way it does the story thing is not different, but the story that it's telling definitely is now.
I wish to disguising myself so I look not like me. I wish to try to get a sense of the story about me, if I am fading or different.
Which you are we asking about?
Well, I am Mervine. Do I still exist? And if so, what are the stories? What are the myths?
You are sleeping.
Can I jump in? I have a suggestion.
Yep.
So, from Laudine's perspective, Mervine died a hero. So it is a new part of the story that Mervine was successful and that he successfully completed his task of restoring the true king to the throne of Avalon, and he died. And there is an undercurrent to the story now that something came back and it was not Mervine.
What sort of thing? He's like, chatting with people here and there. You know what I mean? Like, as he's sort of traveling through the woods and having like a food in a tavern or some such. What sort of thing returned?
Random Avalonian in a bar, because it's not a tavern anymore, is just, I don't know, dangerous thing probably. I don't know. It's just a story, man.
And it's an old story by now, right?
Yeah.
So
Time's wibbly on Avalons.
that's what I thought. Yeah. So it's
Uh,
something their grandfather probably told them.
As you talk to more people, you get this sensation that there is sometimes when the story is recounted to you, the thing that returns is the ghost of Merdine that's haunting the narrative. Sometimes the thing that returns is a mindless wanderer. Sometimes the thing that returns is hostile. Sometimes it's not. But the one through line is that it is never Merdine.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And he sort of like takes all these stories and he tries to transform again into the white stag, but it starts to transform to something that's not the white stag. So he stops that transformation and goes back to his body because that's not good. He transforms into an owl. He can still do that, although it's a little bit off. And he's going to fly and try to get eyes on his Stonehenge to see what it looks like.
It's still there, crawling with people, as a whole bunch of people are studying it, but
That's
it's
true.
still
It's got
there.
a lot of stuff going on now.
Yeah.
He doesn't land, but he sort of flies over it and sees it, and I guess it's dead now, shut. And he notes it. And he sort of goes away from that place, lands, transforms back into a human body, and finds a door and goes back into the stair, sort of looking at his hands a little bit concerned, almost as if he's not quite certain he can actually leave, but he does, and he's a little worried about it, as it feels a little bit different, a bit more difficult, with a bit of urgency. He leaves a note for there's like a sense of concern. He leaves a note to Lucian saying that he's back and he would love to have tea as normal, but there's some pressing business and he will attend to Lucian later, old friend. I'm so sorry. Signed Vindler. As he goes back to the Fields of Twilight to report all of the news to Corey.
All right. And I think that might be where we pick up. Is everyone good with taking a break real quick? All right. Let's do that. And then we'll come back and possibly get people talking to each other, which would be fun.
This is very interesting. This is all very, very interesting. Just wrap this attention. Okay, we're going to take a break. I actually have an older interview plugged in for today. This is me and Pope talking about Urban Shadows that we're going to go over to for a little bit. And then we'll come back and watch as perhaps more revelations happen. It's all terrifying. It's delightful. We will see you all soon. Welcome to the break. I have with me Pope, with whom we shall be discussing one of our favorite games, Urban Shadows. Hello, how's it going?
Going well. Always good to be talking Urban Shadows.
Yes. So, as folks may or may not be aware, I am hopelessly addicted to the game Urban Shadows. And we had a campaign of it that was meant to be a short campaign and ended up being a longer campaign on the channel. And I will probably be running it again at some point in the future. What is your interaction with Urban Shadows?
Viewer of many a game, and have played it in person a number of times, and with actual play experience, doing that one story that we both shared in over on Tales from the Grim. So that is my Urban Shadows experience. I absolutely adore the system. I adore what it can do and what it lets you do.
That was so good. That was so good. Before I start reminiscing, though, I'm going to briefly mention, for those who may not be familiar, that Urban Shadows, it's an urban fantasy game, essentially, that is powered by the Apocalypse. It uses the Apocalypse engine. And it is about the intersection of all manner of different supernatural communities with each other, and is very much sort of based in many ways on noir fiction, because that's one of the foundations of urban fantasy. So that works out pretty well. It makes for some very interesting stories. There's a web of debt that connects the characters, and it's very cool in that respect. So I guess, what shall we start with? Tell us of something you have participated in that you enjoyed.
Well, I'll go to the tape, as it were, with Tales from the Grim. You can still find us up there on YouTube.
Oh, yes.
But as you have experienced playing the veteran playbook.
Oh, yes.
And having the joy of getting into trouble. One of the things that Powered by Apocalypse games does as a conceit, and it's a conceit I adore, is failing forward. And being okay with failure as a story opportunity. This is not something that a lot of other game systems do or encourage. Like, there's so many systems where it's just pass fail, and if you fail, story doesn't progress, or you have to build a new character. It doesn't encourage you to have those what can be important character and dramatic moments, not just for you personally as a player, but for the whole of the table. And in that game, with those few appearances, I had one of my favorite character deaths of all time. Not only did that death become something beautiful, it affected the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And
knocked over so many dominoes. Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
For taking the ball and running with it. And hats off to that entire crew for the story that they were able to weave with it all.
Yeah. Lauren was a great GM. Yeah.
Yes. And though it lets you have those moments, and with certain playbooks, High Immortal, one of my favorites, it's so shiny. Having death be not the end, but a further complication. That is a beautiful thing. Having end moves is a beautiful thing.
And that is interesting. An interesting thing also about that game is that your character can end in a couple of different ways, because you have these two different progress tracks. One of which involves, how much networking do you do, and then you can advance normally that way, as you do in a lot of PBTA games, where you can buy another advancement, another thing that you get to do, or you have the corruption track, which gives us a nice downward spiral that you can get these delightful powers that you can add on to your character until you become a problem for everyone else, basically, with so many of those playbooks.
And the corruption powers are proper in that they're so shiny. They are so terribly shiny. They're potent. So you want them. So that corrupting factor is ever present. And the more you use them or abuse them, you're just going to burn that candle at both ends. And it's a beautiful thing. And it is mechanics that are reinforcing play. which there are so many games out there that they're only reinforcing an element of play. One of the reasons why I love Urban Shadows is the mechanics reinforce all elements of play and is explicit about the story that you get to tell with each of these playbooks. Like, you can twist and turn things and make a story your own, but you have the big themes are immediately expressed in those playbooks. So you know what you're getting into, you know the stories that you're going to be able to tell. And that is something that Urban Shadows does incredibly good, even with having the leg up of being a PBTA game.
Yeah. And of course, having as you mentioned, we have both played veterans, both of which died at the end of a season, basically at the end of a story arc in the campaign, and then affected the campaign onwards. That death is one that isn't so much. I mean, it's in part mechanically built in, but for the most part, it just sort of happens. It is. It is neat to see just those arcs just over everything. And have you had the opportunity to be in any other campaigns or one-shots that you'd like to talk about?
I have done a few one-shots where, again, the veteran playbook sings its siren song for a number of those, as a lot of folks want to experience some of the more monstrous play. And so I always feel like there needs to be at least one mortal at the table. And I got this gray legitimately, so I might as well use it. And yeah, no, I am all about that playbook, but I will say, I have gotten chances to play a dragon, and that is so much fun. It just is. But things that I would love to get a chance to, again, that immortal playbook is like someday. As well as like, I think it would be interesting to play a ghost. Like that is a very interesting thing with how the different factions are. The Knight faction, yeah, we've got the werewolves and the vampires, but the ghosts don't get as much play as it seems.
Yeah.
And establishing, okay, what is the ghostly world of this city? You have died, and now you are a part of not just the city as you remembered it, and not just these other groups that you now find yourself in community with, but the specific ghostly community and what that's like. And like, who are the power players? What are their habits? How close to them being resolved, or how far away from ever being resolved are they? Like that's an amazing question, and it pulls on those social strings that Urban Shadows gives you so well, where you're going, I want to know about this community. I want to know about the werewolves. I want to know, do the vampires have a court, or is it just like a very small, tight-knit community? Like how, and the thing is, depending on your game and your players, it can expand and contract, as we saw with Lex Talonus. Like,
oh yes,
you have that push and pull, and much so than a lot of other systems. It allows you to have those waxes and wanes as part of the story.
And something that I really like about Urban Shadows, there are a couple of things that it shares with other games that I really enjoy. One of which is the downward spiral that it creates in the rules that we spoke about. Delightful. But then also just the fact that it has mechanisms for adding on to the story. to expand the lore at points during the campaign, because it's, you've got moves where you can just like, okay, I'd like to seek someone out. Okay, we got to create a person that, to help me with this, because you have these factions factions or circles, depending on which edition you're playing, that each cover different things, and you got these different boxes you got to check to be able to advance, to be able to actually progress. And so if you want to meet with, so it's like, okay, I need a mortal who does this, and so you generate the character pretty much right then and there. Also, depending on how you're playing it, the generation of rumors baked in, I think, more in first edition than in second. But also it is in second. It is in second. It's just that's more on the MC side. But it is neat seeing just sort of the lore just sort of increase, and the depth of the whole thing happen.
In the circles, the factions themselves are just an opportunity for everyone at the table to tell a story, and to have that moment of, not everyone has to be quiet at the table. Once, okay, I'm going to find someone. One of the things they can do as an ST is just look at one of the other players and go, tell me, what do they look like? Look at another one. What's their name? Look at another one. What's a rumor? And be able to shotgun out a character amongst the entire table in this moment before you bring them to the fore. If you're creating off the top of your head, popcorning that way around the table gives everybody a chance to have that ownership. You can also do stuff in session zeros, and this is one of the beautiful things about these games, about Urban Shadows, is it really wants you to sit down with everybody and not just figure out who these characters are, but the relationships with the city and the people there. So you have all this collaborative world building that's already going on. So you're pre-primed when you get to the table to continue doing them. And that makes the game fun for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I highly recommend this game to folks who haven't seen it and who are into urban fantasy or horror, to sort of check it out and see what they think. Pope, thank you so much for coming and chatting. Where can folks find you?
Pope World Build on the Twitter. You can find me there. I'll regularly announce wherever my silly face pops up next. And yeah, give a shout out for something adjacent to our urban fantasy with Brinkwood, the Blood of Tyrants over on Balrog 1911. You can go and seek that out on the YouTubes. And there are tons of really great games using Urban Shadows, like the one on this channel. Go and seek out Lex Talonis. You will not regret it.
Thank you so much. Well, folks, I'm now going to toss things over to my future self. In the meantime, take care, and we will see you all of a sudden. We have returned. Hello.
Hello,
There's
everybody.
so much going on.
There is, in fact, yeah, there is. So let's get right back to it. All right. So now at this point, what we have is a few PCs need to talk to some other PCs individually. Then we have two PCs that need to talk to an NPC, and then I think everyone might end up together. So let's try to do it like that. So the first one I would like to do is because I think it's not going to even take all that long. Is I think Vindler and Corey need to talk, right? Because you were literally heading back to Twilight Fields after your door investigation. Yes.
Yes, he wanted to go and talk to Lucy. He's like, I have mission to do first, right? Like, yes, like I've got
right.
mission
And
to do.
I do have the Lucian conversation on deck. That's we'll get to that eventually, but yeah. So
not this session, but it's one of those things because you've got tension.
Yeah.
So he probably although I would say this conversation with Corey would probably happen before the rest of the group joins with Corey.
That's what I was thinking, right? Because I think you said you had a couple of things to do individually.
Yeah.
So let's start with that. With Vindler returning to Twilight Fields.
And he would go to report to the new bridge. And he would also want to see who's in the room first when he arrives at her.
Good question.
Where she greets people.
I don't know if there's anyone necessarily in the room with her. But I think like Vindler could see her talking to a very large black scale. Like as she's like finishing up, not realizing you're nearby.
He would wait, right? Respectfully. Which in a way that in many ways sort of like mirrors the ways in which he would wait and be respectful when in the presence of Laudine. There's like a very similar sort of vibe.
But I think he would overhear, at least from the communication, of checking in to see if the lair was up to task, if there are any changes, as well as if he would like a tour of the place, just to know how to better protect it.
Just waits. Just like, he kind of makes sure he's visible so that she will know that he's there, but he does not intrude.
And before you're finished with the conversation, I will just tell you that you get the sense that the dragon is in the very early stages of settling in.
And she will provide whatever he needs. If there are any luxuries, like keep the dragon happy and slowly learn what the dragon knows. Because the fact that he saw something after he died, kind of weird, kind of something she wants to know about.
Gotcha.
So she's trying to like respectful relationship building manipulation tactics.
Gotcha.
But she will end the icon call, and like I think like the scale kind of turns into that ink and then just like gets like reabsorbed into that line in her hand, and she'll just say, Vindler, sorry, I did not see you there.
No worries. No worries at all. I have returned from my sojourning, and I do have information that I wanted to share with you. First, I've done an inventory of all of the doors coming in and out of a place like this. So many doors. Everyone needs to come in when they die. So, out of all the doors here, and he sort of does a rundown on the status of all of the doors, what shape they were in, and what he's done. Like, like this one is like this, like the whole thing, every single door that is the way in which people come in and out of this place. He's done his handyman sort of like fixing up of them. And he gives you a rundown of like the state of them since, well, back then.
She'll ask, does any of them need fixing or...
I have done.
Oh, thank you. you shouldn't have to do that now. This is your retirement as it is, to actually have time for yourself. And you've never had time to do what you want.
That's not really... it's not really how it works, I don't think.
Why
but-
not?
Well, you have duty.
Hmm?
Duty, you see. You have things you must do.
Yes, and while and she'll stand up and say there was always this little finicky phrase my grandmother used. What is it? You can't burn the candle at both ends. You must apply the bandage to yourself before you can help anyone else. If you don't take care of yourself, it's hard to help anyone.
Oh, that's not really quite relevant. There's a difference between taking care of oneself and ceasing to have a function. One
Well,
would
you
have to-
function, you exist because you are who you are. Is that not how it works for you?
No.
Everyone has a purpose, of course, but sometimes the
Yes.
purpose is sometimes the big purpose is done, and it is up to you and the universe to decide where you go next.
Oh, the big purpose is never done. It works in cycles. I'm always going to be called back. Nonetheless, so those are the doors. I've done some asking about it. I don't know if you've remembered yet, but it was a theory. The Lich Lord was... would you mind stepping a bit closer? Or might I step a bit closer?
Oh, and she will walk forward. She does look a little bit more tired. It was a grand expenditure to be able to conjure a dragon spirit from wherever the heck it was being held. And she looks a little bit paler. And I would say you would also notice the new like darker strand on her hand as she gets close.
He would snap to sort of conjure the tea, but it doesn't come. And he goes, "Oh, that's strange. Oh, well, you do need some tea. Ithiri, the Lich Lord. He leans in very close so that he's whispering in your ear. Then he steps back, because he figures he can say this out loud. It was the Lich Lord and his forces from 3 different worlds who came to assault the Fields of Twilight. I can give you the name of their 5 walkers.
Do I know of this name?
You've heard of a theory, definitely. Because there is... Yeah, I mean, let's just assume that underworld goddesses probably talk to each other. And there is definitely a conflict between deities of the underworld versus deities that encourage the undead. And Etheri is not a deity, but pretty close. And is basically one of the, for possibly obvious reasons, one of the biggest proponents of being undead. And to the extent that he had a reputation for taking the fight to what he perceived as the enemy. But you haven't heard of him being active in a very long time. And in this particular case, I think we established that Corey does not know who attacked, right?
No, she had to leave before she could see.
That's what I thought. So I feel like learning this information probably isn't much of a surprise, given that you know his reputation. But this is the first time you have been aware that he was the one leading the attack.
Have I ever heard this name when I was in Bastiano's court?
Oh, that is a really good question. Let me think about that. Yes, you have. Yes, in fact, it was one of those conversations that you don't think you were meant to overhear. But it was definitely every now and then someone from Bastiano's organization would attempt to contact Etheri's people and would be met with failure.
So sorry. Can you repeat what you just said?
Yeah, so every now and then someone from Bastiano's organization would attempt to contact Etheri, or at least Etheri's people, and just not there was no trace of Etheri existing at that point.
Okay.
But you definitely understand him as someone that Bastiano was interested in getting in touch with.
She will kind of very intricately, like with her hands, like it almost looks as though she is like weaving magic to create like a little almost like spider web around Vindler and herself with the Umbra with like some like invocation, because she does have the talent where she can mix the two to basically block any names that are being said. She says, I know of that name from two places. An entirely powerful being, not quite God, but as close as you can get. More so on the fostering the undead instead of ferrying spirits. Two very different things. But at least the way that grandmother always explained it, that I know of, that spirits that work with you are a bit of a loophole. Undead are not as in control of themselves. But some are not. I have also heard that name during my years with Bastiano, although it was a person that he wanted to know, but could never get in touch fully or reach at all.
Grandmother, Igraine would know more. There were some skirmishes. Some millennia ago that she would have been privy to. I think at that time I might have been on Avalon again. I think at that cycle when that happened, I was back on Avalon at the time. But she knew they struggled quite a bit. She knew quite well, but that is not the thing that is most alarming to me. A theory trying to take over the lands where the dead go to rest, to reform, is not new. He had done that in, the year was, I don't know, like Green 14. Years are very difficult. Nonetheless, it has happened, these things have happened other places. But, and he sort of just checks the cobweb, right, the spider's web, and he says, my most pressing concern here is not that he did this. It is that he has never left, as far as I can tell, the fields of twilight. That he is somewhere still here. It is possible that he left through a door that does not connect to the stair. He's so inclined. But I've checked the doors, double-checked them, and I have no record of him leaving.
I wonder of sorts if, but one I can try and figure out a true name. To hopefully figure out a location. Takes a bit of time. I'm quite fast at it now, but
Good. I can
I
try to help.
wonder if that is sort of a backup plan.
I wonder if he's sleeping.
Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said, I had overheard the conversations wanting to get Bastiana wanted. It didn't sound like they necessarily already were working together. More so, it was someone that he wanted. And when he
Yes.
wanted something, he could get it. But
I have no proof that Etheri actually ever left here. And that concerns me. If I might, would it be all right? Button, you did say something to me, and I had a thought I would like to share, if that would be all right.
of course.
And there's that shift. He's like, okay, we're out of business mode. Now I can sort of talk to you, like, personally. You said that you had all these lessons, but you lost the knowledge that you learned from them. Do you remember?
It's complicated. Most of the lessons I remember were for when I was much younger, like a child growing up.
Yes.
The
No, I
lessons
meant
that
during the split.
oh,
I got the sense that you were thinking of the lessons that Atropos had learned that you had not.
yes and no. More so, Atropos was every part of the growth in my personality, and it was stripped from me. Everything that could rebel, every lesson I had learned. The memory was there, but the overcoming of the fear never happened.
Yes, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. It may seem as if you've lost all that, but I don't believe that necessarily has to be true. You see, I experienced something similar, not the same, but similar. Mathine has learned many things, and when I am asleep and Mathine is awake, it is as if it is also me, but as if those are the lessons that I have not learned. But, you see, that is why I have Herbie. Because when I wake, or when I sleep, when it shifts the river, I speak to Herbie, and I remember then, or I reconnect to the lessons that I had learned. And, you see, it is there somewhere in your spirit. It's just split, and if you can, that's Herbie is what keeps me, can suture in some ways those things. And you have always had the hourglass. If Herbie can weave together my waking times and my dreaming times so that the lessons that I thought that I had not overcome can be integrated into myself, and perhaps through the hourglass, the same can be done with you.
It has the potential, but Vendler, the hourglass always has a cost when you use it. So I think to clarify a bit, Imagine, if you will, you've had your consciousness slipped and you can catch up by a middleman, right? I had no connection. I have no middleman. I have no recording to help me through. I had to do that by myself. I had to relearn each lesson twice.
Well, I hoped that perhaps some time with the hourglass might help you integrate those lessons rather than having to repeat them each time. But
I think where we may differ is that whatever need, I know of your intense belief in prophecies. It wanted you to be able to do that.
yes,
I was not built for that.
yeah. Prophecies and destiny are so tricky. If only they are that way. I was hoping it might be a way. But if it is so that destiny does not mean it to be so, then I imagine it is not so. But I shall say, if you learn them once and you learn them twice, you can learn them a third time, and I do believe in your infinite capacity.
I've fallen apart a number of times. I've learned how to put things back a little bit different. I'm well aware that I can do it and withstand it because I've had to, but I cannot deny the bit of anger of what has been taken.
Well, it seems to me, in both of my waking and dreaming, that this taken from you was not destiny, but meddling with it, not done at all. So, not right. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have Herbie. I'm very gifted and honored that the prophecy had sent Herbie to me. I'm sad that what has happened to you is outside of destiny and prophecy, and so therefore fixing it is not as easy. I'm so sorry.
It's something I am coming to terms with. It is one of those things that when she's brought up, she had 500 years of freedom. And that's something else that I wasn't allowed to leave. I wasn't allowed to go anywhere. Eventually, I learned from each mistake that there's a lot she was able to do that she met everyone first. It's hard to find a place after someone like that.
Now, that's why I think I might be a bit luckier than you. Except for this moment, but as I don't ever have that situation. I imagine it must be very difficult. I feel like I'm feeling it myself a little bit, but, oh, I met you first.
Very true. And she will like squeeze Vindler's hand, and seeing like a little bit of like not being able to conjure the tea, she just pushes a little bit of clarity magic to hopefully make the next few moments easier on Vindler for the upcoming meeting. So hopefully he's more himself.
Yeah. You can tell there's just something like there's like a about him, like a little bit of like a thing that he's severancing it, he's putting it into a different box because you've got things right now that are not the important thing, right? his thing is not the important thing, but you can tell you've known him a very long time. And he says, well, if we do have we have a meeting, is that right?
Yes, I think we were supposed to discuss what we've been working on. There's one thing. If you see a dragon about, it is supposed to be here.
Yes.
And maybe until we absolutely have to, we keep it on the quiet side. I don't know how all right Dame Nordine will be with me conjuring the would-be villain of her world at one point. So it's actually quite nice.
Yeah. It's quite unprecedented, really, what's going on. It's quite unprecedented, I would say. As I don't know, actually, how Her Majesty would respond. Yes, quite unprecedented indeed. Well, but it is how it is. How can I? Do you need me to do anything to prepare for this meeting?
The only thing I need is a helpful hand to get through it all.
Of course indeed. Yes, and again, the clarity is there, but there is something that's like, it's like something is off, and it's not like there's something off with him, but he feels that something's off, and he can't put his finger on what it is, at least just yet, right? And so he's like, yes, you know what? Why don't I go to the kitchens and gather things?
Yes, and as you will. And if you need anything, let me know.
Oh.
And she'll just kind of like wave a hand at like some of the spirits that help within the castle to kind of like be there just in case Vindler needs something.
Is that you, Cratchit? Come on, let's go to the kitchen. It's been a while since I've done this by hand. And he's going to sort of putter off to the kitchen to help sort of put together hors d'oeuvres and tea by hand.
Okay, so now, did you say Dorian needed to talk to Corey? Am I remembering that right?
Yes, there was a very brief thing for there was a brief thing for Corey and a kind of brief thing for Vindler.
Okay, can we let's do that, and then does anyone else have any individual things before everyone gets together? Vladimir?
We were gonna go talk to Kadar.
Right, but I mean, yeah, and that's going to happen before everyone gets together. I promise. So that, yeah, you're right, but that counts as Laudine and Scythe. You're absolutely right. Okay, got it. So here's what we're going to do. Let's do. Okay, I think here's what I propose. Let's do Dorian and Corey. And then we're going to do Laudine and Scythe with Cathar. Then we're going to do Dorian and Vindler. And if we have time, which I think we might, we're going to try to get everyone together. So let's give it a shot. Sound good? All right. So everyone has icons for everyone. So Dorian, at this point, I think, Dorian, you actually have a Vindler icon, if I recall correctly.
I don't know. I think I'm un-icon to
about
everybody.
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
in that case, you got to figure out how to get in touch with him, but that happens later.
wait.
Right now, you know how to get in touch with Corey. So,
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Did you, Trooper? Did you say Vindler gave already, or is going to give?
No, because Vindler cannot create icons.
Yeah.
So
well,
I
yeah,
imagine.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's right. We were going to get an appointment started. We were going to have. I was going to have Maya do it, but I don't know if that appointment's
we can
happened
blaze
yet or
in the
not.
dark that and assume it's happened. Time has passed. There's nothing wrong with.
She was there on that world, but I don't know how much time everyone spent
we can
there.
make that. We can
at
make
the
that
safe
have
house.
happened. That the timing works if you want to do it that way.
Though I think it would be interesting if it didn't, because everyone was like, we have to like scatter, right? And so then
That's fine too. I was just letting you know that it is an option. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I couldn't remember how that ended. Whether we because we went to. It ended with us talking to. It ended with us talking to Atropo. So
Yes.
That might easily have wiped away all of our.
Yeah.
All right,
That was the vibe.
Maya
It's
was
like,
in
oh,
that scene
trouble.
too, but yeah. Yes. So I think what's going to happen is Dory is going to try to raise Corey on her icon to try to, because there's a meeting coming.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's do like I said, Dorian and Corey, not a problem. That's pretty easy to because you can just go to Twilight Fields.
And Vendler is actually there, so that's
Yeah,
how they went.
so I think that's probably gonna
That works too. Never mind, we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, in that case, so Corey, I assume you've already given the dragon a list of people that are allowed to come in, which is probably how Vendler got in the first place.
Correct.
Which means, and here's what's interesting: Vendler, you did not encounter the dragon. Dorian, you do, but he is a very glossy black dragon, and he appear. I'm sorry. Do you come through on via a door? I'm assuming.
I was thinking about iconing her to save the space.
That's
save the
fine.
time, but
in which case you don't encounter the dragon. If you just icon, then that's
but
all.
That said, I mean, it is interesting to for that to happen. So it's like if it's maybe he tried to do it while they were under the shield, so it was like, okay, I'll just walk there.
You could do it either way. At some point, you're going to notice a dragon is here, but other than that, that's about it.
Because he's like, oh, up and about, I see.
Yeah.
I think it might be interesting for Dorian to have seen that because it gives.
Well, and what's funny is literally every single player. Yeah, every single player character has. Yeah, every single player character has done the research on Avalon. You know this dragon, so.
Well, there's the thing that'll actually probably help this upcoming conversation to an extent if he actually does see it. So I think it's like he does go there physically.
Okay.
Before he tries iconing Corey to finish closing the distance. And
in that case, basically the dragon observes you and silently just watches as you pass.
His story is like, oh, hello. Yeah. Up and about, I see. Right. Yeah.
It does not deign to respond.
Right, very good. And just going to casually stroll through as he's thinking in the back of his head, okay, yeah, okay, she already did that. All right. And he's like, okay, yes, turnabout is fair play. Because he was supposed to be, he's feeling even guiltier now because he was supposed to be on hand to help her with that. So he will, at that point, before he gets to the palace, he will go ahead and pull out the icon while he's in the Twilight Field, to the Fields of Twilight, to see if he can reach her.
So you're using the icon?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she is in the castle, like finishing certain things up, and she'll pull out the icon and just say, yes, something you need.
Have you got a moment?
Sure.
Excellent. Shall I come to you? I'd rather not say this over I know we're probably fine, but let's say this over the icon.
Yes. She'll allow it to be used for the transfer.
Okay. If you extend your hand, yeah, he'll step forward and appear. Where am I appearing?
It is on the castle grounds specifically. There is like a very there's an overlook area that kind of like overlooks the fields. She's got like a little desk out there that she was working on things, that kind of papers strewn about. There's dossiers on people. She's kind of has a board set up trying to figure out who will fill what role, and different world walkers that she's been observing of like who to fill that.
He looks at. Ah, yes, I've been spending nights like this. Right. And he'll just sort of look at me, just make sure it's like we're alone, and they'll be like, "I fear I owe you an apology."
Oh, no?
So you may note that I do have a tendency to become somewhat preoccupied with things at a time, and I realize that we have met since, and I did not say so then, and that is quite dreadful. That is quite dreadful of me. But there was rather a lot going on.
I should say so.
There's still rather a lot going on. There's never going to be an appropriate time, so I'm making the time now. I'm sorry. I know we talked about waiting until we're both present to summon Atropos or try to commune with her, but I did not wish to see you harmed. Among other things, I did not know how much at that time. I did not know how much control our collared friend had to Atropos, and what his if he was going to be right there, and I didn't want to force a meeting prior to everyone being ready. And I also didn't want to. Sorry.
Continue.
I didn't want to subject you to any immediate difficulties that might come about from suddenly being in contact with her. I didn't know how she was going to react. I didn't know what was going to happen. If I'm going to be complete... Sorry, go ahead.
So leaving me out of it was your solution?
Well, you do remember I did tell you not too long prior to that I have a tendency to ask forgiveness instead of permission.
I'm aware.
I was trying to keep you safe.
I can protect myself.
I know. I know. In this particular case, I was making an exception because this is keyed very much to you specifically. And Dorian is struggling with himself at this moment. I'm trying to think if he's going to say this or not. He's going to look away from you when he does. To be perfect, and he's going to say this a little more quietly. It's also a little bit out of character for him, but he's going to say this a little more quietly. He'll say, and to be perfectly frank, I'd seen you die once already, and I did not wish to revisit that. Atropos is important to me.
I am so aware of that.
I see. No.
Look, if I was wanting someone to protect me, I would have summoned a dragon, which I did.
Yes, I saw you got him up and running.
Yes, my problem is not protecting me. I wish not to be coddled. And quite frankly, I was rather offended that you would summon that aspect without me being there, and it just so happened to happen at a time that my world was falling apart. So, either way, it's water on the bridge, and I can understand those feelings of not wanting something like that to happen. But please know that while I may appear fragile and weak, that is not the actual case.
That is the last thing that I would ever deign to think about you.
We are now on a time clock, however. The main reason I wanted to wait is because as soon as the connection happened, I don't want to give him more time to get ducks in a row. But I understand wanting to know. And quite frankly, if I was in the same situation, I probably would have done the same thing. So I don't think I'm one to talk, because I did do the same thing.
Are we speaking of the dragon, or are we speaking of something else?
She just kind of gives a smile. I don't know. We'll have to find out.
Yes, we do need to. I do hope everyone else arrives relatively soon. There is rather a lot that does need to be discussed. Well then. I shall be. I shall let you get on with what you need to do.
Yes, and if you do try to summon anyone else, there will be a reckoning if I am not there. Just so you know.
And he's actually
You
already
don't want to
turned
be
his
on the
back.
end of that.
He's already kind of turned his back and he's raised his hand in the air. Understood.
Well, speaking of everyone else, let's check in with two of everyone else. So, Laudine and Scythe, how do you get together? I'm assuming you've discussed going to talk to this guy previously. So, what's the situation here? You know where he is. That's the easy part.
Right. We've been discussing this, and it's funny. I am definitely going to follow Laudine's lead on this, because while he and I have the same power, she's got the jelly power.
Actually, other way around. You and
No.
Naida have the same power.
Oh, what? Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness. Okay, so I've been thinking about this all wrong.
Yep.
Okay, no, that's interesting. Okay. Well, I'm still going to follow Latine's lead on this.
Just for the other reason.
Right.
Okay.
For the reason that I clearly don't know which power goes with what NPC.
So we haven't really talked about this. The situation is this. The Lords of Gossamer and Shadow are not a monarchy. They don't technically have a hierarchy. Vala is understood to be if a crisis happens, Vala is understood to be the one that everyone looks to. But she's not your queen. She doesn't, there are no laws to follow. There are simply people like Vala and Drake, and lately, you guys, that are concerned about the safety of reality. And reality for most of you pretty much just means the stare, because that is the core of what you're doing. And so Drake and Drake and Vala and to a lesser extent, Lucian, have determined Cathar to be a threat. Because, I mean, he was. He was literally involved in trying to screw a bunch of stuff up and possibly destroy a bunch of worlds and things like that. Same thing goes for Naida.
Right.
But
And I don't know which one of them stabbed me, but I'm definitely taking it out on him.
that is a good point. You do not know. Actually, you think it was actually one of those gray guys.
I know it was a great guy. But
Yeah, but
I'm still mad about it.
however, thinking about it, Naida had to be the one to do that co-location. So never mind. Yeah. So, but getting back to this, basically, they are keeping him in a. I mean, you probably haven't been to visit yet, but you might have some idea of where it is. They're keeping him on a Gossamer world that is particularly difficult to escape from, and the building that he is in is particularly difficult to escape from. If you talk to Drake, and Ladine, I assume you've spoken to Drake about Cathar, and he tells you, because you're one of the people that is definitely authorized to visit him if you want. And he's, I mean, you were responsible for literally, you brought him in. So he's like, yeah, that's fine. So he tells you exactly where he is if you want to know. And he also tells you that he is, every report you've gotten is that he spends a lot of time apparently meditating. Drake's not stupid. He is certain that Cathar's up to something, but he doesn't know what. And other than that, he has been almost entirely silent. He every now and then he will speak a few words to a guard, but that's pretty rare. But other than that, I mean, he eats, he sleeps, he meditates, and that's about it.
Yeah.
He's the jelly guy, right?
He is.
Yeah, he's the jelly.
I certainly hope he isn't meditating in order to try to mind control everyone on that penal Gossamer world.
I will find out when I get there. So, Ladine is going to speak to Scythe while they are en route before they actually arrive.
Gotcha.
And she's going to convey a couple things. First, I'm not sure what Kadar wanted out of all of this. Everything he did with Tamsin and Aingeru and Selix, I have no motive for him. What does he get out of it?
Right. Interesting. I mean, he and his sister acted like fanatics, right? When we were there in that with that weird machine.
Exactly. If it was merely a bid for power, there are far easier ways to attain it. And both of them seemed to be moving with purpose. They knew where to go and what to do, and presumably why they were doing it. And while Naida might have been making the decisions, I'm not certain how much of a say Kadar had in them. I know two things about him. He will never forsake his goal, and he will never forsake his sister. But beyond that, I do not understand why he did what he did, and I would dearly love to know. It would also give us some insight into what he's plotting next.
For sure.
We can presume he is in contact with Naida.
Oh, I would think so. I mean, if I were like fanatically devoted to someone like that,
And her fanaticism is no less. And she's still out there, which means she still poses a threat to the stare.
Oh, definitely.
He's
And they were
probably up.
definitely trying to do something to the stair. They were trying to reconnect those worlds that had been severed from the stair.
Yes. And my impression was that they wanted to do so to allow their associates access to the stair and all the resources that the stair could provide. But the fact that they are human or human-ish agents working for their associates indicates that they may not be the top of the chain of command here. Someone might be giving them instructions or advice.
I'm definitely inclined to believe that. Just because, I mean, we know how military campaigns work. They were middle management.
So, what are their goals? Who's in charge? And why? Oh, also, Dorian told me something that you should know, which is Naida is no longer where Atropos sent her. She apparently managed to make it to an adjacent world, slightly better, but not much, and has formed allies. Apparently, she's
lovely.
very charismatic.
Hate charismatic people. Present company accepted.
You think I'm charismatic?
Of course.
Oh dear. I'll have to fix that.
No. By the way, I'm loving the new outfit.
Well, do you? It's so much easier to move in. It does, however, go clank still.
Well, you can't have everything.
I know. But look, and then she like twirls and the cloak goes whoosh.
So great.
Yes. All right. Let's go meet Kadar.
So the process to get
Do
in,
that.
you reach the door, and again, both of you are wardens. You understand how doors work. But in this particular case, I feel like Laudine's probably literally leading, right? So Laudine, when you touch the door, you get the sense that the door is letting you in, meaning you are literally authorized to pass through. But the thing is, Scythe, when you follow, you also get that sense. So just because Laudine opened the door, it didn't mean that you would also be able to get in. So someone has tuned this door to limit access particularly narrowly.
Wow.
It's literally got a list of people that it lets through, as opposed to like a type of person.
Makes sense.
However, having said that, you do get through. This door, and you assume probably all the rest of the doors on this world, open particularly far away from the actual facility. And there's a whole lot of open space here. So if anyone was running across, say, these fields, they would be extremely visible in an attempt to get to the doors.
Right.
And both of you have extraordinarily high warfare. So I will tell you this. This is probably how you would have set it up if you were trying to do this. This is if you were trying to keep people from getting out of a place. I'm not sure you would have been able to do a lot better. In fact, no, you couldn't have because Drake did this. So never mind. So there's probably stuff going on here you wouldn't have even have thought of. And both of you are like hyper Napoleons. So actually, what I like about this is you're coming at it from different aspects. Both of you have high warfare, but I feel like Laudine's obviously coming at it from more of a military point of view, whereas I think, Scythe, I don't know how this makes you feel, but you would find this place extremely difficult to escape from.
Right. That is exactly the angle that I am coming at warfare from. Is, how do I thwart, break into, or get away from?
You're the kind of investigator that thinks like a criminal. So, all right. So, having said that, it's not a short walk to the place, and you can see it in a distance, and it is just a big square unattractive building with it's not that big, implying that there probably aren't that many prisoners in here. And as you get closer, you do get past some patrols. Some of them
Ladine
are
waves.
some of them are airborne. Some of them are on foot. You've got some mounted patrols too. There's not a lot, but you do notice that they've covered the ground nicely. Not a lot of gaps in this. But eventually you get to the place. The guards at the gate let you in, and you stand before. Unless you had anything else to do beforehand, you stand before Cathar's cell. Yeah.
Before we go in, Ladine is going to scan what she can sense with Jelly. I want to know what's been happening here.
Okay, so first off, the first thing you pick up on is Cathar, largely because he can do the same thing you can, and so he is the most obvious and sort of, I don't know, brightest mental signature in the area. And you pick up on him. You notice him noticing you now. And you also instantly realize that he's better at this than you.
Crap.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. That's expected.
Yeah, and he
We're new.
Yeah, you like I said, you can tell that he noticed you, but he's not doing anything overt. He's not doing anything to acknowledge it or communicate.
Can I just check real quick?
Yeah.
Are there any traces of pepper in use in this world?
Other than you, no.
Okay, good. All right, just checking, because I'm sure that that's the plan, is to somehow break him out.
Oh, absolutely.
When the time is right.
Yeah. One would think.
So Kadar is a very bright signal, but he's not my focus for this scan. I want to know about the other people here and if he's tried to manipulate them.
Yeah, you would be able to sense that. You can tell that he has touched their minds, but you don't think that he has affected them.
Okay. Is the touched their minds more like he's attempted to communicate to them like a phone call?
No, you think that he's just reading surface thoughts.
Okay. Okay.
Also, Drake is not currently here. It's the two of you, Cathar, one other obvious prisoner that I can detail later if you're interested, and then just way more guards than you would think you need for two prisoners.
No, you need all the guards.
Okay. Way more guards than someone that is not one of the two of you would think you would need. That's a fair point. So yeah, but you don't sense that any of the minds here have been altered or manipulated.
Okay. On the multi-dimensional scale of the various magics in this world, where does this world sit? Like Eidolon, Umbra, Jelly, Pepper, connections to other worlds, magic, like sorcery.
Okay, it is heavily leaning towards Eidolon. Umbra is not weak, but Eidolon is significantly stronger. Sorcery is actually fairly suppressed here. And as far as Jelly and Pepper, and both of you would figure this out, and also obviously besides you get this same. You do the same scan through the Umbra. So, but the two of you uniquely are able to do the Jelly and the Pepper. So what you've got here is, interestingly, you feel you haven't felt equal levels of Jelly and Pepper since that room back on Tamsin.
Whoa.
Oh.
That means something, and I'm not sure what.
All right. Let's go talk to a prisoner.
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, the guards open the door, and they ask if you want them to lock the door behind you or to leave it unlocked.
No, lock it.
All right, they do so. So now the three of you are in, and it's not a particularly small cell. It's actually it's not huge, but I mean it's like the size of a small bedroom. It's got what you would expect. It's got a bed. It actually has it has a bed. It has a desk with some like paper and writing utensils on it.
Nice.
You know, uh, uh, right now there are the remains of a meal on the desk. And other than that, just like a place to relieve oneself, that kind of thing.
So what is Collard doing? And does
He is as you enter. Actually, as you enter, he is sitting on the chair at the desk, but it's turned around to face the door because he clearly knew you were coming.
Yeah.
And other than that, he is he's wearing exactly the same sort of clothes that he had when you last saw him, but they can't be those clothes because those clothes were torn up and bloody. So at some point he got replacement clothes, and it's other than that, it's the same sort of loose white garments that he was wearing before. And to describe him again, since we haven't done it since season 1, he's a tall, athletic guy. He's got kind of a swimmer's body, and he has dark skin. He looks, unsurprisingly, he looks a lot like his sister. He is a few inches taller, but other than that, he has dark hair. It's long, currently tied back in a loose ponytail. But yeah, brown eyes, long fingers. Obviously not currently armed. And other than that, he is. When you saw him before, he was wearing boots. Now he's wearing like some more just sort of soft slippers. And he doesn't say anything when you enter. Scythe, he looks at you first, but then mostly regards Laudine.
So Ladine will say, "Hello. I'm sorry it's taken us so long.
I was wondering when you'd come.
How are you faring?"
They're treating me well. It's not the worst prison I've been in.
Good. I have been learning,
I can see that.
and, well, I'm, to be frank, not very good at it. I
He
was
nods.
wondering if you would be willing to tell me how you learned.
At first, I was largely self-taught, but I found others that's not accurate. They found me because I was, mentally speaking, making a lot of noise. And I suspect, wanted me to be quiet.
And so they taught you how to be quiet?
Yes, among a great deal of other things.
I see. And what did they ask of you in exchange for this?
I think my silence was reward enough. I was probably annoying them a great deal.
I see.
You, on the other hand, have a discipline I lacked at the beginning.
Not my first time learning something.
Still, your mind is ordered. And he looks to Scythe. Yours isn't.
Well, we all have our talents.
He nods.
Uh, Laudine kind of settles her weight on one foot a little bit. Uh, it's the beginning of a relaxed pose, but not enough to like compromise her balance.
Sure.
And she kind of stares at her feet and then looks back up at Kadar and says, I have to ask, and I'm sorry, but why? Why did you do it?
Others have asked me this recently, but you're the first one I'm going to answer. The rest of them aren't worthy. And he pushes a surface thought very prominently in his mind, which makes it very easy for you to detect.
Okay.
And it is the moment that you defeated him in battle.
Ah, okay. Laudine respects that.
To be honest, we were afraid. We had been promised a way to no longer be afraid. But the promises were hollow.
Ah. Whom were you afraid of?
Let's see. Yeah, he would actually have the same word for it that you do. Oh, even if he doesn't, that's not true. This works actually really great. The word that he says is not what you call them, but in his mind, you sense it's the brethren.
Ah. Aloud, Laudine says,
Thank you.
I, uh, kind of translating for Side a little, he knows of the brethren.
Wait, I thought we were.
Yes.
Never mind. Continue.
Laudine will tell him, I have something I would like you to see. And she just like kind of taps her temple.
Sure.
And
You sense him opening his mind to you.
Laudine is going to attempt to project
Okay.
her decisive victory over the Brethren, like the one
It
that brought
works.
her to Drake's attention.
He gasps. I didn't think such a thing was possible.
That is who I am.
I really shouldn't have drawn steel on you. I should thank you for letting me live.
I wanted to talk to you, and I couldn't very well talk to your corpse.
I know a couple of people that can try, but the answers they get are usually less than helpful.
I feel we are being slightly rude to my friend. Do you mind? I would like to explain to her.
By all means.
Okay. Cast exposition. Side now
Yeah.
gets it.
Right. Thank you. Yay. Like we thought they were working for the Brethren. What happened exactly there?
Do you say that aloud?
Yeah, I do.
I mean, Cathar says we were.
Right. Fine. Just making sure I'm on the same page.
They made promises.
And
They
fear.
showed us. They showed us things that made us believe they could do what they said they could.
I bet they did.
It's possible they could, but
And fear is a powerful motivator.
yes. You know I'm in touch with my sister, yes.
Yes.
Good.
Totally.
I will tell you this. I don't know if you'll believe me, though Laudine, he looks to you. You're going to be more difficult to lie to, so I suppose that helps. Now that Tamsin is gone, we're not afraid anymore. We're angry.
Do I believe him?
You do. You absolutely do. However, I will tell you, you think that he could alter his mind in a manner that might deceive you.
Mhm.
But you also don't think he's doing that.
Yeah.
I'm not asking for anything.
But
We
you
lost.
Don't. No,
Here
but
I am.
You don't have to. See, fear it has its moments, but it is not as useful as anger. Anger can be harnessed and it can be given direction.
My sister's really good at focusing that.
And which direction is it focused in right now?
Well, the brethren are no longer accessible. But I don't think they were even ultimately behind it.
I look at Laudine pointedly. We
Do
have
you-
some theories in that direction ourselves.
Yes. Do you fear a larger target? A mastermind pulling strings?
Not the way I would put it, but I think there's something going on.
There are bigger ghosts in history than simply the Brethren.
Naida's trying to get some information on her own, but I will tell you. While we're no longer afraid, we have decided to be cautious.
Smart.
Right now, I can't think of a safer place for my physical form than here.
You are very well protected.
Naida's found her own method of this.
Ladine thinks for a moment. And then she says, I still hesitate at your sister's anger. Undirected anger that simply radiates out is not very useful. Directed anger, now that is an excellent tool.
I agree.
But if she is trying to direct her anger to a lost enemy from the history books, I have to wonder where it's going.
Right now, you have an excellent point. Neither of us knows exactly where to point it.
I will
We'd
offer you,
love to have an idea.
I can give you an idea. Remember that you are here because of what happened on the stair. If you reveal your your tale as you have told it to me, and you decide to point your anger at the enemy from the history books, you will find myriad allies, myself included.
I like the sound of that.
Now, this only works if your sister also agrees.
I can't make any promises, but I will talk to her. She's her own person.
Yes. And pardon me for saying, but you two are close. And if you decide one way and she the other, it will be much harder to trust that you will keep to those new alliances.
Well, I could give you assurance and cause for concern with the same sentence. We will never be on opposite sides.
You are correct. Ladin is going to attempt to show him another image.
Oh.
This one, oh, sorry, you froze for a bit.
Oh, did I? Yeah, sorry. I just said okay.
This image is her impression of like a textbook rendering of the Dwimmer Lake.
Oh,
Nice.
okay. He says, no. Doesn't ring a bell.
Do I believe him?
Yeah, you do. And for that matter, for your own reasons, Scythe, you believe him. It's not like you're a bad judge of character.
No, I'm really good at sorting out liars
Yeah,
lying.
both of you have different reasons to be able to figure out what people are talking about.
All right, so Ladin will then say, not what I expected. Can you show me?
He says, I don't have an image, but I might have a way to illuminate it. He closes his eyes for a minute. And, oh, actually, both of you can sense when he's doing things with the jelly because one of you has it and the other one has its opposite. And it's a little bit, it's not as strong as when an Umbra person is observing an Eidolon thing. But you can still, Scythe, you can tell he's doing something with the jelly. Ladin, you can tell that what he's doing is interrogating his own memory.
Ooh, I'd like to be able to do that.
Yeah.
That's what I.
And it takes a few minutes. He hasn't changed position, but he completely relaxes in a sense of someone that is meditating. And when he opens his eyes again, he says, there are doors and not doors, by which I mean Tamsin was cut off. And there were other worlds that were also cut off, and the brethren were trying to reconnect them. I think you know this.
Yes.
The image that you sent me is not what I have is a sense of not who they were working for, but who they were working against.
Oh.
Still very useful.
But I think it was I'm a simple person, to be honest. My sister's the thinker. And I have trouble sometimes with complexity.
Ludine understands this so well.
I guess she does.
She's like, oh my god, you're me from like 6 months ago.
Oh shit, that's a good point. And he says, so when something doesn't fall into place, I feel uncomfortable.
The discomfort is a manifestation of fear of the unknown. The more you
Yeah.
know about it, the less fearful you will be, and the discomfort will fade. But the
I'd
only
like
way
to
to
learn
get
more.
there
And
is
he
to
gives you an
understand.
image of another world that was cut off. And actually, because he's giving you the image, you get a sense of the name of the word too. It's Varlen, Arlen. There we go.
Yeah.
And he and his sister were meeting with obvious brethren, by the way. You get the sense of that memory. So when he projects that memory, you're like, oh yeah, that's those guys. And unmistakably. And he gets the sense of a door that is because the world was cut off. It's just like Tamsin. It's a door that was not functional. But for a really brief time, it was.
Wait, why?
He doesn't know. That is the image he gives you. However, he gives you the name of the world, and what he says is, I know the person that activated it came through the stair. That is all I know.
Did he see whomever came through that door?
He doesn't have a clear memory of it, but and the anger comes back because he says their identity was. He shakes his head. No. At the time, I think I did see them, but my memory was altered.
Oh, not this again.
It was totally Bastiano, wasn't it?
Well, we don't. Yeah. Would Ludin will ask, can Ludin get an impression of the mental signature of the person who altered the memory when he shows
Good
me
one.
the memory?
That is a good question.
Feeling the negative space around
Yeah, because
that
he's
change.
showing me what he remembers and the bits he doesn't remember.
And when he shows you that, you can tell it's like an image on a camera that's just been blurred. And and you can tell that more than anything else he has said to you, this pisses him off the most.
Oh, I bet. Like, he is the master of jelly. Oh, this has got a rankle.
Oh,
I feel
Okay.
for this guy so much.
He can't tell this because he was in the middle of the blast radius. You don't get a mental signature because it was done with an item. But you know if you encounter the item again, you'll recognize it.
Okay. Can I tell if it was done with jelly or was it a different power?
Oh, that's a question. It was something else. It was definitely something else.
Okay.
In fact, I'm trying to figure out if you can tell what it is. I don't think you're familiar enough. Oh, wait a minute.
I will show Sai that this helps.
Thank you.
She's here.
Holy crap! You can actually project
Yes.
it to her. You can put both of
Yes.
your.
Okay.
Of course you
Right,
can.
got it.
I'm translating and expositing so Scythe can help me. That's why she is here.
You absolutely can. Yeah,
Um,
actually, Scythe, this was just a pure Umbra attack. It was basically
Oh,
introducing a specific amount of chaos into someone's memory that has
Oh.
that to use a computer analogy, they've
Mhm.
basically rewritten some of the sectors,
right. Gotcha. Ooh,
Hmm.
low blow.
which means
hmm
it is practically impossible for him to restore this memory.
Oh no. Is there any way that I can like reverse the damage or reverse
Oh,
engineer the
damn.
damage?
Whoa,
Do we need to
With
get
the Umbra,
Dorian
like-
in here to like eidolon it back together?
Okay, I will tell you
So
this.
the hourglass.
Yeah, Scythe.
Don't
you'll
forget the
the
hourglass.
hourglass.
Oh my
Okay,
god, yes!
that'll work. Actually, might work. So, Scythe, you're not sure.
Uh-huh.
You don't. Okay, no. Actually, let me rephrase that. You are sure because here's the problem:
Mhm.
the Umbra resists doing exactly what you
Right.
would want to do with it.
Of course it does.
Yeah, you could replace it with a memory, but you're not. You don't think it would be the right one.
Not helpful. Exactly. Okay, like why don't we call all of our friends in here into this small room?
Oh my gosh!
There's no way Drake is letting me bring that many people into a high security prison.
I know, right? Oh my gosh.
If anyone can get away with it, it's you. But
Yes, that's right. He likes you.
yes, I will say he might not be. He wouldn't be pleased with it. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. However, this is definitely a matter to bring to the big group meeting because
point.
Definitely.
we have a sneaking suspicion it's probably Bastiano in that memory, but we don't know. So, cleaning up the memory could be very
Yes.
revelatory.
Agreed.
Also, the way that the memory is blurred, I can still detect that there is a person coming out of the door.
Yeah, you can definitely get that sense.
And is it actually like person shape and size, like a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, approximately medium-sized creature?
Yeah,
Do
you
I
don't
see
really
tentacles?
get. No,
Or
you don't get
a
that. You don't get
centaur.
that. You don't get that much information. But given the section that doesn't exist anymore, you can make some assumptions along those lines. Yeah, you don't think it was you. It is highly likely that it was a regular person-shaped and sized thing.
Okay. So I, as a player, need to recap so I don't forget
Yes.
because we just got so much.
There's a lot going on. Yeah.
Yes.
So my conclusions. So both Kadar and Naida were initially working with the Brethren, partly because they were scared of the Brethren, partly because the Brethren promised them a way to not be scared.
Right.
But Naida and Kadar failed because we're awesome, and the Brethren reneged on their promises.
Yes.
So now the both of them are frustrated, angry, and a little bit rudderless. However, the Brethren were not the decision makers in their task. There was potentially this other person who could access a door that had been severed from the stair.
Right. You don't know exactly what you don't know exactly what role that person played, but you know that the existence of that person. Here we go. You can tell from the memories that Cathar projected to you that the parts that are left are the parts that make him believe that the person he can't remember anymore was the catalyst in some manner.
Okay.
And it's really pissing him off. He can't put the pieces together.
Ladin will ask him, are there any other memories that have been tampered with in a similar way?
He says, not that I'm aware of. And the reason I put it that way is it's possible some things could have been removed wholesale, but I don't have any gaps in my timeline So I think that's not the case.
And then, out of character, we know that Naida could tamper with memories in a very similar manner because we saw this happen on Celix.
Yeah.
We did.
So, and we know Atropo could bring it back.
That's true too.
Okay. So Ladine will ask, and did your sister learn how to do this from whomever this was?
She knows a few of my tricks. Why do you ask?
Well, we happened upon some people in Celix who had a very similar memory.
He nods. Ultimately, that was me.
Good to know, but a bit of a dead end.
It's a bit more complicated than that, but
Did you? I'm curious, but don't want to ask you to reveal all your secrets.
no, it's fine. She borrowed some of my
Ah,
abilities.
ah, this starts to make more sense. I will look into whomever this was, referencing back to the fuzzy
Yeah,
memory.
he says, I haven't been thinking about much else.
No. I have my own reasons for doing so, but I do hope I could be of some assistance to you in giving you a target for that anger. I would ask of you to teach me. I've been guessing on my own and I've learned some, but you've had significantly more experience.
He says, if you trust me enough, then yes, I can.
So long as we have an enemy in common and are determined towards the goal of locating him, I will trust you to give me the skills to get the job done. It is in your interest as well.
I agree. And the reason my sister and I are seeking safety is we are of the opinion we're in danger.
Well, she was definitely in danger from me because I fantasized about stabbing her in the leg with a poisoned dagger, but I can forego that for the sake of battling a common enemy.
That's understandable. I've known her all my life. But also, for the record, I will do whatever I can to protect her.
This is understood.
I had hoped that something like this might come to light. And so I've been behaving myself.
I do appreciate it.
Also, I don't think I would have a great deal of luck in getting out of here.
Bloody
But
just smiles.
here's the thing. I know, just from what I've picked up from what some of the guards here have been thinking, that there's been more than one attempt to get in here. And I don't think it was to have a chat.
Ah,
Huh.
well,
Whoever's running this place inspires a shocking degree of loyalty.
Yes, he does. So, out of character again. As a player, my hypothesis is that the Brethren are intent on silencing Kadar because he's a major leak.
Yeah.
The Ladine is better at warfare than I am. Does she agree with this?
Yeah, that's definitely yeah, and again, both of you, when he says this, would probably think along the same lines. Yeah, the Brethren. There's a short list of people that would want to murder Cathar in his prison cell, and that list is the Brethren and whatever that person is that he can't remember.
Yeah.
Here's the thing, though. Pepper and jelly. I know, but that's what we're going to call it.
I know. That's where we are now.
Yeah. I got word through my spy network that someone came looking for me, like multiple someones. I'm saying this to you because, well, you've got the jelly power. What if they're not just intent on silencing the prisoner here, and they're going after everyone that has the, shall we say, off-stair powers?
It does beg the question. How did you first become aware of these powers?
He says, to be honest, I stumbled it, but it turns out that Tamsin is a hub of some sort. Well, was. And as such, my sister discovered it first, mostly through the flowers. And she was the one that theorized that there might be something else. And turns out there was. And I was even from the beginning really good at it.
Did you find it yourself, or did your sister direct you towards it?
Little of both. She proposed the idea, and then I went looking.
And you found
it's like she could sense the negative space.
And the shape of that which is not there tells you quite a lot.
He nods.
And you found it on Tamsin.
The flowers are just a conduit for what Naida can do. But what I can do, once you sense it, it's everywhere.
Ladine smiles, kind of knowingly. Stronger in some places than in others.
Significantly.
Would you have an example of a world where one of these is strong? Is it easier to learn in such an environment?
Yes. He gives you a flash of a world inhabited by small blue people.
Oh,
Smurfs?
No, not that small. More like hobbits, but they're blue.
Okay, blue hobbits.
Yeah. And The image that he gives you is a flash, but they communicate entirely telepathically. And he says, I learned a great deal from them. In fact, any refinement I have started there.
Ah. Well, I shall have to ask them. And your sister? Was there any particularly important place for her to learn?
He says, that was Tamsin.
Mm.
And you don't think he did this on purpose, but there is a brief period when both of you feel sad. He's just projecting an emotion.
Oh.
It might take you a minute to realize it wasn't from you.
Right.
But both of you have high enough psyche you could figure it out.
Mm.
Mhm.
Mm.
Mm. All right.
So, I'm sorry. Did you know that what you were doing was draining the life out of all those other worlds in order to keep Tamsin going?
He says, we did. We were told it was the only way.
It doesn't exonerate you?
He nods in agreement.
As Tamsin's gone and Aingeru may never be the same. I have a personal question for you in which I hope you will indulge me. And Ladine is going to telepath at him. It's very surface thought
Sure.
of just when it's so easy for you to feel the minds of so many, how do you prevent yourself from going too far? Where do you draw that line?
Until recently, I drew that line at anything that threatened my world. Now that it's gone, I've been spending a lot of time trying to redraw it. And I don't right now know where that is.
It is something you will have to decide for yourself.
He
But
nods.
I will give you some unsolicited advice. And that is, you know exactly what it was like to have people you thought were allies forsake you. Imagine that level of violation in your head. Kind of the feeling of show's blurred memory.
Yeah.
That, if happens, if you cross the line, to every individual.
He projects understanding but doesn't say anything.
Bloody nods.
Hey, man, it sucks what you tried to do, but it also sucks that your world is dead. I'm sorry.
He says, both things can be true.
Yes. Well, thank you for talking to us.
It's the nicest interrogation I've been through.
Ladin does not intend to project, but he's good enough at Jelly that he picks this up, that harsher interrogations do not get the answers that she wants. Like, this is the most effective way to do it, and she learned that. She learned that.
Yeah. He says, this is to both of you. Will I see you again?
No, definitely. We owe you an update on what we find, after all.
You don't owe me that, but I appreciate it. Before
Nah,
you go,
you're in it now.
he smiles at that. And he says, I suppose at the core, this is mostly our fault. I'm not seeking atonement. I don't even believe in atonement. Before you go, there was someone with you. There were several people with you, but one in particular. The Dark One.
She's complicated.
I sensed that. But the main thing I sensed is that she knows what we've been through.
Yes.
He
I hate
gets
that for her.
there is a sense of grief, like multi-layered grief of Atropos gone, and both Ladin and Side saw the ashen twilight, like before the rebuilding.
Yeah.
And the grief of what is now fractions of Atropos, and the complications with Kore is just multi-layered grief.
You can tell that he picked up on it because it's probably impossible not to. But he doesn't respond. And he says, all right. I will. Well, it's not like you don't know where to find me.
Well, you're safe here. Until we meet again. All right. And Ladin will summon the guards and they will make their exit.
All right. So now we are a little past the time we would normally wrap up. I feel like what we should do, let me rephrase that. What I want to do is get everyone together for the scene where everyone's talking. But I know that's probably going to take a long time. So I feel like what we should do is pick that up at the beginning of next session. However, if we have anything that anyone wants to mention or talk about or do really quickly, we can swing through that.
Do we want to attach the... I don't know. In my mind, this is a brief thing, but at the same time, we know what happens.
We've met us.
Yeah, we've met us. So we might do the... I was wondering if we should do the... Are we still going to do the Dorian talking to Vindler thing either? Or are we going to push that to the next session, or
I feel like because that's not going to take a particularly long period of time, paradoxically, maybe we should do that next session. Like maybe we start with that and then we get everyone together. Does that sound good? Okay. Just because, like you said, we're all in different time zones. Maybe we should start wrapping up.
Yes.
So let's do that, and then when we get together, Because for the record, I think all of us know this, but for the viewers, we only have 2 episodes left after this. But I feel like that's going to work out because beginning next session with the 2 of you talking and then everyone together, I think that's a great way to start the penultimate session, and then we've got a way to launch from there.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that sounds great. In that case, I think this is, like I said, personally, I'd like to play for 2 more hours, but I also, I know that some of us have papers to grade, and at least some, and I have to get to work tomorrow, things like that. So maybe we should not do it.
All these human needs. Why can we not?
I know.
Why can we not have, an infinite time?
Yeah, we just need that 30-hour day.
I know, right? We need to go to the metric day.
Yeah, we do.
Either that, or we need to do a few more sessions to fit everything in this season.
I mean, I'm willing. That's up to y'all. I can, but we can talk about that offline. I know. If I recall correctly, this is never mind. This is an offline.
Offline.
Right.
But yes.
Yes.
We're stopping here. I promise. I'm going to quit talking. Done.
Okay. Right. Jim, end stream. Go. Yes. This is awesome. This has been wonderful. And I'll save my thoughts for the end here. But we're going to go ahead and go around, and we're going to do our outros. Feel free to tell folks where they can find you, and any final thoughts you have about this session that you'd like to get into right now, or final favorite moments, or what have you. And once again, we will start with our GM, Brian.
Yep. Thanks a lot. I'm Brian. I'm on mostly Blue Sky these days, and I just always had a lot of fun running this. I think the standout part for me was definitely Corey and the dragon. Absolutely loved that. Loved her entire concept of just bringing. She was like, "Oh, you need to come work for me," and I also like Trooper. I love the way that you're playing Vindler's metamorphosis, and really appreciated I really liked Ladine and Scythe together. It wasn't even good cop, bad cop. It was like ordered cop, chaos cop, and then as far as Dorian, the problem is most of my favorite Dorian moments were like messages Jim and I have sent each other. All of which led to the things that happened in this session. For example, just the way that Dorian has set up all of the different investigations and all of the things together, and deploying his, as we discussed, named and numbered agents to go out and mess with stuff. That's been a lot of fun. So thanks, everybody. I know I say this every time, but this is fun to roll. I keep wanting to do this. I look forward to it every week. This is great.
Yes. So good. All right, and now over to Trooper.
Hey everybody, I'm TrooperSJP. Ooh, so exciting. You can find me on my channel on Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern, where we're going to have this season finale of our Traveler game next Friday. And then there'll be some Sandman, and then I'll be off for 2 weeks, and then other things. So, just come and hang out on Fridays. There's going to be some sort of RPG. Okay, done with that. So, let me see. I have to say, I really love the very kind of tactical Ladine that we're seeing. Like a Ladine. It's like Ladine is like grown up in a certain way. Like Ladine was always a grown up, right? But there's like a kind of like a she's gone to being like, there's like a mantle of leadership that has made her a bit more focused, less idealistic, right? And it's great to see. Love that. I also really loved the ways in which Scythe just, when you see someone, you're like, oh, okay, there's a song, right? And it's Jose Cuervo, You Are a Friend of Mine, where like I like to drink with a little salt and lime, and then basically then I get in a fight. Like I just feel like that Scythe is the person who makes bad choices in the most spectacular way and is going to cause a party when maybe there shouldn't be a party right now, but is going to have it. And just like I'm going to go into this, I'm going to go and get a bar fight and then run away and just cause trouble. That was so brilliant. And I love that so very much. It was so good. Oh, so good. Like you just know everything about Scythe in that way. I also really love that moment when Corey was like, please don't think that I need protection because I don't. And I was like, oh, ouch. Oh, scary. Love it. And Dorian's moment of like the ways in which Dorian mourns Atropos' loss is just so, so good. So well done. And that's me. That is my love. Oh, also, Brian, again, I just want to say, I know that we keep DMing you while we're in the middle of a game. Suffer. That's it. And but thank you for fielding it. That's me. That is my love.
Ah, yes. Excellent, excellent. And now over to Melissa.
Hi, everyone. I'm Melissa Gay. I was playing Scythe this evening. My pronouns are she, her. Scythe's pronouns are she, they. And I had such a great time. It's so funny. I had all this build up to talking to my sister. That wasn't the conversation Scythe was afraid of having. That cracked me up. This is all built behind the scenes. And so, Scythe has yet again escaped confronting her issues. But I was so excited. Dorian and Oleander have like constructed this weird behind the scenes plot to come at Bastiano a different way and sort of lure him out in order to like help with the Corey thing. It was incredible. What a reveal. And I was so glad. And we all got to see Scythe's spy network in action and see that Scythe's spies hate her guts. It's so great. It's like the difference between like Umbra and Eidolon, bad stuff characters versus good stuff characters. Super fun. And oh my gosh, Corey with that little, she's such a sweet, wonderful maiden, and then she will turn on a dime and be like, I will end you. Just so great, and it's all seamless. That's what is killing me. She is all these things. She is that sweet, wonderful maiden with these weird death ink tattoos that turn into shadow whenever she feels like. It's incredible. So well done. Just done. And oh my gosh, Trooper, I love the way you sort of segued from the aspects of your character, from being a handler to transitioning and transforming into Merdine. That was so beautifully done. And it was so wonderful when it was happening. I was just like, I can tell what's happening. I had a picture in my head the whole time, and it was amazing. And I'm just like, weeping tears over here preemptively. And Dorian, I loved your moment when you were having that deeply personal conversation about Atropos with Corey, and like we finally got to see Dorian be the one to say things that he didn't want to say, and it was so great. Scythe and Dorian are so similar in several respects, and that was so moving, and I loved it so much. And Noctua, I love it whenever Scythe and Laudine go places together and do things. There's this sort of girls' day out vibe. And yet we're doing things like interrogating a prisoner and like learning about things that threaten the fabric of reality. But it's fun because we're together. And I just love their relationship. And I love the way that Laudine's character has like grown and changed, and yet she is still, Scythe's friend. We are in it, and I love that. And Brian, I love the way you do your NPCs. It's so great. That's it.
Yes. Excellent. Excellent. And now we will head over to Mary.
Hi, everybody. I'm Mary. My pronouns are she, her. Today I've been playing Kore, whose pronouns are also she, her. As far as we'll do the plugs quick, and then we can dive into the fun of the game. But you can find me online at the Nerd on Wheels everywhere on social media. I've got a couple of projects swirling around, prepping for Pride. But if you want to see what I've got going on, go ahead and check out my social media. Also on Thursdays, you can find me on Nerds with Dice, where we are finishing out our first season of the Morrigan Society, a Mythic Ireland Vesson campaign. And it is set in the 19th century Ireland. All of the investigators are currently double agents working under the Apollonian Society, aka the British government's nose, as they reestablish the Morgan Society, which is Ireland's own secret society. And there was a lot that happened last episode. They got to figure out how to escape Rose House and how to get out of London. And they may or may not have a boss that's an Irish vampire. But if you want to see the outcome of all those twists and turns, we've got 4 more episodes left of this season before season break. But fun of this session. I'm a lover of anything RP game, and this game just is the perfect amount of RP, which means no dice rolls, and it's great. Never in my life would I ever think I'd say those words, but it really, there's a lot of freedom when you can kind of do what you want, the powers and the abilities and the way that each character is moving within the story. This system allows for a lot of like planning, like we've been talking about how we like send messages back and forth with Brian or with each other. There is so much ability for collaboration that it really makes this game so special, and everyone's motivations and how they all swirl around. It is like the peak level of a RP or even politically motivated game of putting the chess pieces in place, and we're slowly building and building. But I love seeing the individual relationships getting to speak words that have been hanging in the air but have not been plucked and actually said out loud. The different ways everyone has been handling their different problems, seeing what is happening in the reconstruction that is Vindler and Merdine. Everyone is kind of in this rebuilding of the self phase, and it's really cool to see how each person deals with it. Some more head on, some more subtle, and just with the skill of everyone at the table in their storytelling of just everything just kind of fitting perfectly. It's kind of one of those things where people sometimes say actual plays are scripted. Nah, these are just incredibly skilled people that I have the joy to get to play with every week. And I'm so happy we've got a few more episodes before we have to wrap this up. I'm not ready, but I'll pass to the next person.
There's so much. There's so much. Finally, we will head over to Noctua.
Hey, hello. I'm gonna gush first, and then I'll do plugs. So, oh my God, this session was so good. Oh, okay. So, yeah, Dorian finally confronting those emotions that have been building up for the loss of Atropos. I I love the way you play it, and I I from an RP perspective, it's amazing that Dorian didn't quite get the catharsis that he was looking for because Corey was just not having it. But also, oh my God, I feel so bad for Dorian. Like that was oh like a excellent RP, but oh so yeah, that was beautifully done. Uh, on the flip side, Mary, that was excellent for Corey as well, especially because it was just last session when Corey's like, Atropos was all like the strongest parts of me, and I don't know if I could do this. And then she's like, actually, no, I'm just gonna summon a dragon and maybe kick your ass. It's fine. So I love that flip for her. I'm actually really curious to see where Corey goes from here, where no one buys her I'm a pure little maiden act. Because like once you blow that cover, it can't be unblown. So I'm very curious to see what happens next. I'm so excited. Uh, for Trooper, yeah, I clocked the conversion back into Murthine, and it was subtle at first, and I'm like, no, that's just Murthine. It's like I would know that anywhere. That's just Murthine,
But
and I
it's
didn't.
also Vindler. It's the Vindler's relationship with Corey
Mhm.
because they are the same person, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
it's my Murthine, but it was so good. It was so good. Uh, I'm just loving it. It's an excellent character, especially in its complexity. And I am very curious to see where it goes. But yeah, loving that. And then for Scythe, Scythe has so many problems, and Laudine absolutely loves that none of Scythe's problems are reality shattering. Just yes. And yeah, like conversations with Oleander and your own spy network hating your guts. And yes, Ladina also understands that Sai's joviality is one of her greatest strengths. Like the kind of the laissez-faire, come what may, I'm gonna go pick a fight because I can, is a strength for Scythe because she understands exactly how to leverage it. And it works so well when talking to Kadar because Laudine's all caught up and, oh my goodness, what about this? What about this? And Sai's just like, oh yeah, that's Umbra. Somebody fucked with your mind. So yes, it just, yes, it was so good. For Brian, I love the dragon. I love the dragon. It didn't have to be that good, and yet it was. So
Yeah,
yeah.
I need to try to work a dragon into every game I do from now on. Apparently, that's just.
I'm not gonna say no to dragons. Uh, all right. So, I am Noctua Magna. You can find me on Blue Sky under that name. For streaming stuff, we are actually taking a break from Draw Steel for the next couple weeks, but in a couple weeks we will be back here on Tuesdays for Draw Steel, and that'll be our final episode. And otherwise, we're here on Sundays. Yeah, that's me.
Huzzah. I have too many thoughts and emotions swirling around, and I shall try to condense them as best I can here. I just want to say this was a great session. I really liked this session. There was so much lore drops. There were so many lore drops happening, and so much stuff we were finding out. And once again, the world expands, and that is something I love about this game. But I will talk about that in a moment. As we go around the horn here, I'm gonna talk about Corey first. This time. First of all, I loved the summoning of Orgatorix and negotiating that partnership. That was such a great scene. Just seeing how just the way in which Corey was able. I was terrified for Corey because I know how much bad stuff she has. But seeing the way that she was controlling everything, it worked so nicely. And then, oh God, that conversation with Dorian, that I want to say that, and it was brought up, denying him the catharsis. That was perfect. The reaction you did in that for Corey in that scene, that was perfect. Just story wise, I have to say, because that is exactly the just the level of like it's like, okay, we made it over this little hill, but at the same time it's like, nope, the crap's still there, we got to deal with. Ultimately, now there's stuff happening, so we got to deal with stuff. That was great. I loved that so much. I will just say that for Scythe, I love the Herculean effort necessary to get that she was trying to go to get out of talking to her sister, even at one point considering getting stabbed. And I loved that even Mudra wasn't letting her off the hook for family stuff. That was hilarious. But then the conversation with Oleander was just the way just sort of Scythe came around on was seeing things and rolling with the punches. Great. I loved that. For Vindler, I think just the unearthing of the history of the final moments of the invasion of the Fields of Twilight, and just the descriptions there, and just as you were talking about it and sorting things out and burrowing down and digging down and figuring things out. And then the encyclopedic list of types of undead, that was beautiful. I loved that. That was great. For Laudine, Project Peanut Butter, very interesting. But then showing Cathar the defeat of the Brethren and basically stating, this is who I am, and just being so very open and honest and forging a potential alliance with Cathar. I never thought that was going to happen. But it is very cool to see how it did. Really cool. Just Brian, damn it. There's a lot I really liked here. Era Look's watch was an awesome detail I had never thought about, but that was so perfect for the way that we sort of put that character together. And I just like that I wrote down a lot of, you had so many quotes that I wrote down here. From Oleander, no, it's not Candlemas yet. And then thanks for helping me unlock those shackles. That was so good. From Gavris, there's a dragon. Is he one of ours? And just the conversation with Cathar, this one line, which was like the best. I can give you assurance and cause for concern with the same sentence. We will never be on opposite sides. And just how telling that is. And that's so good. I think just something that I love about games like this in general, and this game in particular, is, and one of the reasons I love Amber Diceless and Lords of Gossamer and Shadow, is just that this game, it's these, wait, we have a key that could fit that moments. And we had that. I could see everybody having that moment during the interrogation scene with Cathar, when we realized we can solve things by making different worlds or paradigms clash. It was like, wait, there's this other thing. And just basically seeing the different powers and items and people in this game, and just in this, the way this game works, different powers and items and people and such are so versatile. And I just love seeing it. And this is the thing that allows the lore to accordion out, to just mushroom, and to make more plot than we could possibly do in like 20 seasons. But this is, I love it. I just love it. And this session was it was so exemplary of that it's great. That's beautiful. It's just what I look for in this kind of game. So, all that said, who the hell am I? Well, I ask myself that all the time, but I go by Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc on Twitch, YouTube, and most social media platforms. Wherever I'm not OtherDoc, I'm Jim Yes That Jim. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. If you're watching live on Twitch, down below you can access my website, social media links, YouTube channel, and various other things. Things coming up. Yes. Ordinarily on Tuesdays we've been having Draw Steel, but yes, the next couple of weeks we're off. We're taking off. And then we will be coming back on the 26th for our finale. And I'm very excited for that. Very much looking forward to that. This Thursday, I think, normally on Thursday nights, I am over on High Shelf Collective playing His Majesty the Worm. I think we actually are going to also be off this week. We were off last week, we're off this week. I think. We might be playing, but I think we may very well, just based on things that I've said, I think it's probably going to be the week after. Real life, what can I say? But then, of course, so that's all. So basically, I might be doing some video games sometime between then and now and next week. But basically, 1 week from today, we'll have more of this. And I can't wait. I cannot wait. Is it Sunday yet? It needs to be Sunday. Thank you all so much for watching. When we hit the end card, we're going to go raid somebody. I see that a Little Cup of Joe is streaming. Yes, we haven't raided over there in some time, so we're going to go say hi to them. Feel free to hang on if you're so inclined and say hi to them with us. That again will be when we hit the end card. In the meantime, folks, again, please remember that you are unique. And that is wonderful because variety is very important and you matter. So please take care of yourselves and we will catch you next time. Farewell.